All right. There's audio now. I've enabled the audio. All right, everyone. Welcome to this. This is what I'm doing, apparently. Making a fatal character. Perhaps that's a fatal mistake. Oh, that's as funny as we're gonna get today. All right, I think I have everything more or less where I can see it. A lot of stuff I have to get going, and the audio, yeah, audio levels seem good. All right, so let's get into Let's Make Us from another I screwed up. From Another Time, Another Land character with a free CD-ROM included. They legitimately thought this was going to be published, all 980 pages of it. So, where the dice never lie. So into yeah, I don't care about this. Creating a character, yeah, I'm sure I know how to create a character. All right, table of contents. Wow, my webcam's really washed out. I need to fix that. All right, apparently. All right, I'm either slightly over or slightly underexposed. I'll do slightly over. There, okay. So, first item of note with this game. Character creation is not chapter 1. Race and gender is chapter 1. Character creation runs all the way through page 400. Equipment starts on 401. The first 400 pages of this game are character creation. So, on to chapter 1. Let's see. To begin creating a character, this chapter presents information on 2 of the first considerations: race, note 1, and gender, note 2. Now, the races for players have been selected strictly from European mythology and folklore. Other criteria include that they must be bipedal, mortal, smaller than giants, and have no special abilities such as invisible gnomes. For more information, see the references section of this book. This thing is full of these ridiculous footnotes. Although, here's something I love. Race and gender. The note on gender is, though sex usually refers to biological difference and gender usually refers to environmental differences, gender is chosen for this chapter because sex may be confused with sexual acts. This is from like 2004, and they like figured that out. Like it's so weird. 2004, yeah, so weird. Like the way this book is written. All right, so yeah, let's roll for a race, and I am very much giving myself free rerolls on this one because I've looked through this a little bit, and here's an interesting thing about this particular game. Your choice of occupation can be like absolutely restricted by your race, like severely. Like to the point that there's only like 2 race options, occupation options available if you're an ogre. Anyway, I'm going to use my crit success? Yeah, crit success. I'm going to use my my crit success D100 spinner ring here because but that actually adjusted. There we go. It's a D100 spinner ring. It's my favorite dice. So let's see what we get. 59. And a 59 makes us a kobold. Okay. So, our race is a kobold. And we rolled a 59. Because... well, honestly, because I am keeping track of all the rolls, since I don't want to have to ever make another one of these. Oh, and here's your full selection of races you can play as. You may notice that almost all of them are basically just humans, which is weird. Almost as if the game was designed with all the races having fuckability in mind. All right. All right, what is the race going to tell us? All right, races are going to have sub-ability modifiers are presented in Chapter 3 abilities, racial modifiers to sub-abilities. I don't know what a sub-ability is. I don't really care. For example, strength, health, and common sense. Why is strength a sub-ability? Are they not regular? Yeah, I'm sure this will make sense later. Base current armor, okay, is presented in Chapter 10, combat. Represents the amount of natural protection. Base life points, presented in Chapter 2, body, Chapter 3, ability, Chapter 4. Well, you know, it's... I don't think God's mercy is involved in this. I think this is like... I think when you open this book, God turns a blind eye to you. For you have turned away from his light. Physical description, okay. Disposition modifiers, morals of the character. Disposition, ethics and morals of the character is present. Chapter 4, disposition, okay. Temperament. Oh god. Are we doing temperament, sociality, language, occupation. Alright. Religion, names, historical sources. Yeah, historical sources for kobolds. Oh, wait, just to make sure everyone saw, we rolled a kobold. This is a kobold in this game. This, normal-looking dude. Actually, I think those are kobolds on the cover. I'm not positive. But I think those are what kobolds are in this setting. Oh, but that's what we rolled, and we don't have to deal with the big-ass charts for the angel demons, folks. Or the dwarf. And... oh, there's going to be some spicy art in this book. That's a warning. I realize it doesn't really matter, because, you know, as soon as I get past that warning, it's said and no one will hear it anymore, but yeah, there's also gonna be some... oh, there we go, kobolds. Yeah, they're little slave driving dudes. Oh, so let's see, kobolds suffer... Alright, kobolds have silvery white skin, though sometimes tinted slightly blue or green. Their skin is rough and cracked and even withstands high temperatures, suffer half damage from non-magical fire. Kobolds live underground, as such they are skilled at metalworking and mining. Each kobold has low light vision, see vision in Chapter 2 body. Their favorite metal is silver. It reminds them of their own skin. Yeah, that makes sense. That just... I love things that remind me of my own skin, don't you? Okay, kobolds enslave every species or race possible. Children slaves are used to dig narrow mines. Adult slaves are used for heavy labor. Remember, I randomly rolled this. I didn't select a race that I thought was going to be very weird to talk about. They're all like this. Oh... adult slaves use heavy labor with kobolds avoid at all cost. Yes, kobolds avoid heavy labor. Slave trading is one of the enjoyment of it rivals their greed for silver. God, I don't know where they're possibly going with this. This is not a. Yeah, I shouldn't just assume that this is an allegory. For example, the human slave might be allowed to. All right, Fresco is famous for their ingenious and cruel traps in their underground environments. The name implies kobolds are bold. Ah! Okay. Oh, there's never enough slaves unless you're playing Fatal, the game of slavery and cannibalism. Yeah, ogres eat people. So that's why a big part of why I mentioned if I rolled ogre, I was like literally here are the child eating ogre Kinderfresser, child eating ogre. That is one of the races you can randomly roll. And then then the trolls, they like to stick their fingers into people's brains. Yeah, these are the player races. Okay, not that's like suggesting that there's anything other than the player races. Is there really only one page for the kobolds? Okay, wow. I lucked out. I lucked out rolling kobolds because like a lot of the other ones have like 5 pages. Alright, so the light armor, movement's not impaired. The favorite weapon and clothes was the footman's warhammer and javelin or spear. It is known that kobolds value beer, milk, and porridge. That's just a thing about kobolds. You know how kobolds, they love beer, milk, and porridge. If offered gifts as trickery. Okay. So, sub-ability points. I don't know what any of this means. I'm going to write it down in the spreadsheet because I assume it's important. So, all right. Strength. I guess racial? I don't know if like I don't know what we do with this later. Bodily attractiveness 15. Facial attractiveness 15. Okay, I knew bodily attractiveness and facial attractiveness were a thing. Is vocal attractiveness a stat in this game too? Vocal. Oh, is that supposed to be minus? Because that says plus. Okay, so I think this is supposed to be... That makes sense because they're small. Alright, so they're small and they're ugly. I thought that was just like a dash because it's so incredibly far away from the actual number. Alrighty. No, that is a 40. No, I'll have to see looks on the stream. Alright, kinetic is plus 15. I don't know what these things are. I was considering going through and actually reading up on the character creation beforehand, but then I thought that would be much less hilarious. Rhetorical minus 10. I don't know. Hand-eye coordination plus 15. Well, that's good. Apparently we're... Well, it did say we're good with javelins and spears. Agility plus 15. Hand-eye coordination, agility, reaction speed plus 15. Apparently, I'm guessing like 15's their go-to average thing here. Reaction speed. Enunciation. Enunciation. Yes, they took words and assigned point values. That's what they did. Enunciation. Enunciation is a sub-ability in this game, apparently. That's a first. That's a first for me. Enunciation plus 15. Language minus 10. So apparently kobolds, they're not good with language, but they can enunciate the hell out of it. Enunciation plus 15, language minus 10. Yes. That is exactly what this is like. Analytics minus analytic. I mean, if they're slavers, then shouldn't they be good managers? Wouldn't that be analytic? Spatial plus 15. I have no idea what any of these things are going to, like, involve later. And drive minus 15. Kobolds are not good at driving. Alright. Base current armor. Go down a bit for that one. Base current armor is 10. Who knows what I'm going to have to add in here. Base life points. 15. Alright. Kobolds have skin that is silvery and rough. Most have brown reflective eyes. The average height of a male kobold is 4'6", while a female averages 4'3". I already said that earlier in the description, but who cares? Disposition modifiers. Morality minus 50. These things are hopefully going to make sense later. Let's make that bold so I can pay attention. Minus 50. Alright. Temperament modifiers. Okay. Minus 25 sanguine temperament. Plus 25 caloric. And plus 25 phlegmatic. And for those of you who don't care, temperaments were the way that they used to, like, think that people's moods and health were balanced by the amounts of different fluids in their body. It was weird. It's a weird thing. It's even weirder that it's here. No, it's not. There's nothing that's weird in this game. Everything in this game is it's only weird because this game is so incredibly bizarre. Sanguine is minus 25. They do not have much blood. Choleric is plus 25. And phlegmatic is plus 25. I don't know if these numbers are, like, good or bad. That's the thing, is, like, what is this out of? Is this plus 20 out of, like, a D100 or, like, a D600? Alright, kobolds live underground in mining communities that are organized loosely except for all of the slaves that we previously learned about. Every community has its own king. Language, kobold. I don't think I need to write that down. Kobolds begin work at age 6. Well, then we don't have to worry about selecting a profession if we roll an age lower than 6, which you can do. Skills. Detect sense +3, mining +3, trickery and +3, and 1 weapon specific. Well, what do I get the bonus? I'm gonna write that down here. Okay. Oh god, the skills. Most of the 11 pages of the character sheet are just like pages of the listing of the skills, including urination. Alright, so direction sense +3, mining +3. Trickery +3. And 1 weapon. 1 weapon specific. I don't know what that means. Common male names are Krang and Muda. Common female names are Darlicia and Ratchmatilla. Sure, why not? That's what's going on. Alright, so now we can move on to, past all the ogres and the brain, okay, we're still dealing with race, that's why this is here. The racial hatred table, where, you know, you can look up, that wasn't supposed to happen. Alright, where you can look up your character's race, kobold, and then other races, and see how much your race hates the other races. And then you go and, roll that on a table. I don't feel like doing this right now because it requires rolling a whole bunch of damn things. Yeah, those names tell you nothing about anything. They just made up 4 names. Like, okay, here's the one thing I've noticed reading through this book. They really only care about a few of the races that they're describing. Mainly the white dwarves, the white elves, light elves, and those stupid demon, the guys with the wings. Like, their description of dark elves is just like, they have dark skin and are ugly. They literally do. It gets worse later when they're actually describing, like, various parts of the cultures, and in some of them it's just like, we couldn't be bothered to write this. Hey, what the hell? My ring's not spinning. Oh no, I'll have to use dice. Anyway, I think I got vape juice in it. Yeah. Point is, what I was saying, notice how many frickin' 5s there are on this table. Like, the default of almost everyone is to be horribly racist, I guess. Although, when all of the frickin'... Yes, literally, this is the chart that you then... This is the roll for bigotry table. That is literally what this is. And then we got racial slurs for the various races. Which, as I was saying, really shows you like where the designer's head was at. Because look, the Anakim, which are just gonna go back up so we know what I'm talking about. These guys, big wing having big dick guy that is on the cover. This guy, this is the designer's favorite character. That is worth noting. Because when we get down to racial slurs, the things I'm talking about here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, here we go. Racial slurs for Anakim. Human men call females hourglasses, and human males call females raptors. Human women call females demon whores, and human women call males skinloaf or stovepiper due to their manhood. Those aren't racial slurs. Those are some really cool names that you thought of for your super original OC Do Not Steal race that you made up for your god-awful game. That is what they did. Also, let's just address that one of the racial slurs for Kobold is Spear Chucker. Which, you know, probably intentional. Just gonna throw that one out there. So, now on to gender, which is hilarious. No, none of this is like, aside from like this table here, like none of this is like actually mechanical stuff. This is just the designer's musings on gender. Now that you know the race of your character and have recorded it on your character sheet, consider your character's gender, male or female. Gender is a correlative factor with many things, from abilities to height and weight. For example, on average, it is obvious that men tend to be physically stronger, taller, and weigh more than females. Yeah, if r/incels had existed in 2004, this game would have never been written. Most importantly, consult with the Adeli. I don't know how the hell to pronounce that word or what it's supposed to be, but that's their stupid fancy word for the Game Master. To see if gender is determined randomly or may be chosen by the player. Random determination is more realistic since no one gets to choose their gender in reality. However, the random determination of gender is problematic if a group of players are involved because random genders may be inappropriate. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does of gender is problematic if a group of players are involved because random genders may be inappropriate. Therefore, the game master must choose whether gender is determined randomly or by the player. I don't know what that means. Yeah, that seems to be the thing, is you roll for your race, which can include child-eating ogre, but, like, they don't want to be forcing anyone to do anything ridiculous, like play as a lady. But an infant child-eating ogre, we haven't gotten to age yet. You can roll infant. You can roll like any age. It's ridiculous. Okay, if the gender is determined randomly, which is rare, then consult offspring gender in Chapter 6, Sociality. Do I want to do that? Okay, you know what? I think there's actually bookmarks here. Alright, there is. Offspring gender. Why? Why? Why does this table exist? Okay, so there apparently the super cool demons who, remember, the demon angel guys who are super cool, and they're the coolest race ever, and they're way cooler than elves or dwarves. And yeah, so them ogres and trolls all get plus 10 to the 53 to 52 percent chart. So smaller than 53. Why did they bother making a 53 to 47% chart? Why? Like, I guarantee you that if you were to ask, okay, there's probably a note here somewhere, they would say, well, it's not actually 50-50. The actual population is slightly skewed towards female. That's because men have a shorter lifespan on average, and the birth rates are actually fairly static. Anyway, that is stupid. And my dice ring is... Oh god, my dice ring's all gunked up. What am I ever going to do? Where am I ever going to get more dice? Oh, how fortunate. I have a big D10 with a tiny D10 inside of it. Notice how I haven't actually pulled out any normal dice yet. Make sure this isn't too loud. Well, that is a... God, you guys can't... I don't think you can see that on the webcam. I literally rolled a 1. Alright, so... I guess... character is a lady. It's a girl type Ranma. Alright, so... Ironically, if I hadn't rolled that, I was going to just select it anyway. Because ladies get to roll some extra things that are hilarious. Where have my dice? Okay, troll, subterranean, racial hatred. Alright, gender. So we have... I feel like this should be higher up here on the... There we go. I'll just... Gender. Girl type Ranma. Why did I put a 15? Oh. That's what I rolled. So, rolled a 1. Alright. Now, abilities. Physical fitness, strength, bodily attractive. Charisma, facial, intelligence, language, math, spatial. Drive. God, the things! I'm very, very concerned right now by the fact that this large list of descriptors is not the same list that you got for race. So, like, there's going to be even more than that. Alright, so what have we got going on here? Okay, physique. I guess these are sub... Okay, I guess they're sub-abilities, because physique is an ability, and... Oh. Whatever, let's just get some... let's just get some extra space in here. Oh wait, I can just add rows. I forgot about that. So, physique. Wow, I do not know how to spell words. I-Q-U-E, physique. Alright, so there is physical fitness, which is different than fitness whole pizza in my mouth. That was a joke. So as a femoid, -5%. Okay, I'm gonna write these numbers down, and then I'm gonna figure out what they mean. Physical strength -30%. Physique bodily attractiveness +3%. 3%. There we go. All right. Charisma. I assume vocal charisma. I'm assuming. Okay, I'm going to assume these are all forms of charisma. Because facial, vocal, and kinetic sound like they're charisma things. So facial, +3. Oh boy. Oh boy. 3 whole percent. It's like this. So is this. I'll know later. Intelligence. Language. +2. Okay. Intelligence, math, -3. And wisdom, drive. I keep forgetting I can literally just come in here and add extra things in. Drive, -2%. Wisdom, intuition, +5%. Yeah, ladies got the intuitiveness. And reflection, +4%. 4%, 5%, 2%. Why these? If these are actually, like, percentage adjustments, how incredibly pointless are they? Alright, and these get +2 sanguine caloric, sanguine temperament, and -2 caloric. Which is weird, because I think sanguine temperament is supposed to be blood, and ladies actually have a bit less blood. That's why they have paler skin. They use it for more stuff. Blood rituals. Also, they might all be werewolves. I'm not sure on that one. I'm still doing the research. All right. So, according to a prominent philosopher, note 1, males tend to be more spirited, savage, simple, and less cunning. Females, on the other hand, tend to be more compassionate than males, more easily moved to tears, at the same time are more jealous, more quarrelsome, or more querulous, and more apt to scold and strike. Females are, furthermore, more prone to despondency and less hopeful than males, more void of shame and self-respect, more false of speech, and more deceptive. Females are also more wakeful, shrinking, and difficult to rouse to action. The philosopher notes that males are more courageous, sympathetic, and stand by to help, even in the case of mollusks, where the cuttlefish is Stuck with a trident, the males stand by to help the females, but when a male is struck, the female runs away. Now remember, this isn't the designer saying this. He is not saying this. This is in book 9 of Historia Animalum, where Aristotle refers to gender differences and compares animals as well as humans. His comments are deemed relevant to the setting of Fatal due to the prevalence of his opinion throughout the Middle Ages. Not the designer, Aristotle. You wouldn't disagree with Aristotle, would you? Oh, the philosophers in general do not hold true for all characters. See, they don't hold true for all characters. He's just, throwing it in there. He's just giving you the information so you can make your own decision. Oh, for Carl, generations apply across all available races. Certainly, it is possible to find a surprisingly shameless male or a female who is less susceptible to depression than males. Yeah, the most neckbeard thing ever. As I said, if our incels was around in 2003, 2004, this game might not have existed because that would have taken up all of his time. And I'm sorry, but actually, I stand corrected. That is not the most neckbeard thing you've ever heard. Because gender modifiers, note 2, all gender modifiers are based on scholarly literature. Hand-eye coordination receives no gender modifier. Males have faster movement times, but finger size is a better predictor than gender. For more information, see studies concerning dexterity in the references section at the end of this book. And note 3. Heights measured. Is this what it's the note I'm looking for? Yes, this is the note I'm looking for. The shift in ranges represents masses of characters being better at extreme instances. For example, the highest measured intelligence is that of a female, though by large numbers, females tend to score slightly lower than males in overall intelligence. Shifting the range lower for females prevents the possibility of a female possessing the highest intelligence, except when considering persistent exercise. It's I don't know what that means. As a contrast, males have lower intuition than females, in which case persistent experience cannot help. A gender difference exists in distribution such that males have a lower central tendency than females, and hence have wider distributions. The most intuitive male should exceed the most intuitive female. The most intuitive male should exceed the most intuitive female, but he just said that... Point is, that goes against what he literally just said. Here's the best part. Here is the most neckbird theory you've ever heard. Therefore, if the gender modifiers are accurate for this game, then they are more biased against males than females. Those are literal words in this book right there that a human being wrote because female characters get a plus 5% bonus to intuition versus their minus 30% penalty to strength. This guy looked at D&D and said, this doesn't have enough sexism. Like, it's not even close. Like, in one of my videos, in my Advanced Dungeons and Dragons video, like, I poke fun at them for saying that they don't arbitrarily limit characters' abilities based on their gender and then literally do that thing. But even then, it wasn't, 30% penalty to strength, but they get a plus 4% to intuition. That is totally different. Oh, yeah, the goal. And then this whole thing is going on about. I need to actually read this. Though it is important to understand there are other instances of nurturing. Oh, there are other instances such as nurturing that are unapparent in the adjustments of the of the rules and may become evident in role playing. So there you go. It may seem like female characters are at a disadvantage, but they're more nurturing. Amazingly, there isn't a nurturing stat in this game, but there you go. They might be better dairymaids. I know what you're thinking. That was a silly joke you just made. Surely dairymaid isn't actually an occupation that you can randomly roll in this game. Well, we'll see if we get that far. I planned on doing this for about maximum about 3 hours, but like I might keep going if I'm having fun. So we'll see if if dairymaid is actually an occupation. The function of altering gender according to the tables of it to shift the averages of sexes to more closely resemble reality. Note 3, that's the one where it said that do not apply gender modifiers until after the sub-abilities or temperaments have been generated. Following is information about gender and culture. As much as I would love to read this author's thoughts on gender and culture, oh, no. It gets worse from here. So, the problem is male and females are far from equal. It literally says it right there. Okay. Okay, now what are... This chapter is concerned with anthropometry. Anthropometry. Physical measures of the body. Well, I just learned a word from Fatal. Anthropometry. I assume that means structure of the body. Such as height and weight, including genitalia. Yes, we are going to be rolling some vaginal circumference and depth later. We're at least getting to there. However long I go for this, I am not gonna stop until we have rolled up our character's anal circumference. Alrighty. Such as height and weight, including genitalia, as well as allergies, intoxication, and diseases affecting the body. The contents of the chapter are listed under 4 categories: standard features, sexual features, rare features, and allergies, intoxication, and disease. I really hope this is one of those games where you can just like randomly roll that your character is allergic to water and dies during character creation. Perhaps the most important frequently used feature is life points. Yes, and body part points. Why do I need body part points? I don't. I'm just imagining that I need body part points to determine like when I'm getting like my hands and feet cut off. Like that's what I'm assuming. That's what I'm assuming based on what I've heard about this game and what I've read in this game. Okay. Numeric representations of consciousness, energy, and life, as well as the ability to withstand and sustain damage. LP were first introduced regarding races. They weren't introduced. You just said that they were a thing that would be in this chapter. Oh, life points will also be adjusted by strength, health, and drive. In chapter 3 abilities, LP and BPP are more appropriately covered in chapter 10 combat. All right. If generating a new character, that's what we're doing. Then progress through this chapter topic by topic to determine and record information concerning the body of a character. Information including beyond rare features may be relevant to a character's body in a gaming session. Wait a minute. Information including and beyond rare features may be relevant to a character's body in a gaming session, but not in a character. Okay, standard features. Each of the characters must determine randomly rolled age. Age your character roll according to the formula on the table below. Let's just zoom in on this on this table so we can all appreciate this formula. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Roll. Notice the absolute value. The result is taken, so it is possible. It's not possible to have a negative age. Thank God that they provided a negative value. But notice that this can all of these charts can result in 1. You can roll up 1 on any of them, except elf, I guess, because elves don't have age, as well as young adult is possible. Note, they don't even die. It is possible to roleplay an infant or a venerable character. And unlike the race one, which, remember the race one, like this one is significantly less like weighted. Like I don't think there's, I'm not an expert here. I haven't done the math. Oh, a D1000? It's just a D100 with an extra D10. Then the D10,000 has another 10, and you need those if you are going to play the World of Cinnabar, in which, like, attacks literally do D1000 damage. The World of Cinnabar is about as, like, ridiculous and overcomplicated as this, but without the weird, cringy, incel-like stuff that makes this hilarious. Okay, as well as young adult. So the character, random recommended, but random roll is recommended. This is another instance where I will be re-rolling if my character is 4d100 divided by 5 minus 25. All right. I'm adding a whole new sheet for this. You know what? I'm gonna name the sheet random ass stuff. Okay, so age, we roll 4 D100s. Kobold 4 D100s. Okay. Got a 47. A 30. A 64. And a 60. Oh, a 69. Nice. Okay, so now we... Alright. Oh, so 4D100. So it's the total of all those divided by... You know what, let's just do this incrementally. So 210 divided by 5 is 42. Minus 25. $17. Our character is 17. I just rolled 4 D100s to determine that the character is 17. That is insane. Now, here's the worst part. As you may know, if you watch my videos, I occasionally will say, you know, well, according to the maths, and then I'll like bring out like a table or a chart or something, which I do because I like to actually look at, what the math does. And I'm going to have to, like, literally go and chart out what the actual, like, numbers are for 4D100 divided by 5 minus 25. All right. Lifespan of a kobold, child, puberty, young adult. We are a young adult kobold, but also note that females live 1d10% longer than males regardless of race. 1d%. 1d10%. That's not incredibly useful. Wait. Note. Females live 1d10% longer than males regardless of race. If female, then roll and apply. The lifespan of an elf is also determined in Chapter 1, Race and Gender. Wait. Age. How did you end up here? Well, you thought, oh, lol, that'll be funny. And then you were here. Now you're stuck. You are stuck living in this. Okay, so, like, I'm legitimately confused here. First of all, I'm glad I did not roll an elf because it looks like everything having to do with elves' ages is really weird. But also, what does this mean? Females live 1d10% longer than males. If female, roll and apply. Apply to what? Is like... That is like the top number under venerable age. Is this... Did I capture my cursor? Y'all can't see the things I've been pointing at. I've been pointing at things and y'all have not been able to see them. Where's the hell's acrobat? Properties. Capture cursor. No, it's supposed to be capturing the cursor. Well, I don't see the cursor. Oh, there's the cursor. Okay. Well, I didn't see it before. Point is, I forgot what the hell I was talking about. Oh, I have to actually be on the window. So yeah. Am I supposed to just apply 1d10% to this number here, to 80? Am I supposed to add 1d10% to 80 and then, like, that's my character's maximum lifespan? Is that, like, what I'm supposed to do? I literally do not understand how this is supposed to... This is the thing. This is the thing that gets me. Totally good up until now. That's just like 1d% longer. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that because we got shit to do. We got to lifespan modifiers. Oh God, really? Oh, excellent. Yeah, I guess you add that to the venerable upper limit, but then, like, so does that mean just, like, every single male bugbear just dies at 125? Alright, age category character affects their height and weight, which are determined by the following pages. However, the modifier should not be applied until after height and weight are determined, yet before BMI is calculated. That's right, BMI. You calculate your character's body mass index. That's after calculating height and weight, consult table below. But God, but I very luckily rolled the numbers that gave me a 17. There's no adjustment for young adult. This is a table I don't have to use. Height. All right. Kobold 66 plus. Oh wait, no. All right. Female kobold 64 inches tall. And I'm sorry I did not think incredibly ahead of time. Getting at a thing to roll into. And I am moving some stuff. Ah. All right. I now have a dice tray set up. And hopefully it's stable. All right, so I need 66. I'm not really going to roll 66. I'm going to roll 3d6 twice. I mean 3d4 twice because I don't feel like getting out 66. I barely feel like getting out 3d6. Come on, get out of here. Ah! The die does not want to be involved in this. It is resisting me. Get out of here, you stupid D4. I'm going to use you to make a fatal character whether you like it or not. Ha! Ah, alright. 3d4. Alright. So... got 2, 3, and 1 random ass stuff. Height, which is 6d4. And we got 1, 2. Wow, I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3. And then 4, 4, and 1. And character's height is I think I did something wrong here. Because I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be 15 inches. Wait, oh, it's plus something. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. Kobold plus 36. So plus 36. So weird that people actually used to make characters without spreadsheets. So much more convenient. Alright, 51 inches. So that is... 4 foot... 4'3"? I better not have just... Okay. I rolled 66 and got the... 64 and got the exact average height. Excellent. So, okay. Height modifiers? Oh no! Oh no, but if I rolled the random height, if I rolled the average height exactly, that means I don't get to apply any height modifiers. Oh no. Looks like someone's gonna fudge the numbers. It's me. I'm gonna fudge the numbers. I'm going to fudge the numbers. Let's make that, let's just make that a 2. Yeah. I am fudging the numbers because I want to be amused by all of the adjustments. Okay, so now we get plus 3 pounds and plus 2 strength. I don't know where that comes in. Oh, what did it say for human? Height in medieval times varies with source decided. Multiple sources indicate average female is 5'4", just as today. Average Viking males have been claimed to be 5'10", English longbowmen 5'2", and the average Saxon 5'7". Now let's just address what they just said here. Yeah, that would be the most amazing session 0 ever. Because, like, everyone would just be, like, having an existential crisis. So, average Viking males were claimed to be 5'10". That is, like, these mythic Vikings were claimed to be 5'10". A longbowman was 5'2", and a Saxon was 5'7". What's the average height for a human male? 5'10". The average height for a human male is the mythic height of the Viking warrior. Wait, I forgot. Okay, wait now. Kobold. Fucking weight modifiers of strength. Okay, 2d6 plus whatever. Guess now I need to get out some d6. 1d6. 2d6. Go, dice roll. That didn't work. All right. Okay, random ass stuff. Weight. Rolled a 4 and a 4, and what's my adjustment? 2d6 plus 63. No. 71 pounds. Quite the little porker. Average 70, so as a kobold, get +1 to strength. All right, let's play a fun game here. What is the purpose of any of this? Okay, so 1 point, but like it's just kobolds. Like you could collapse this. Elf and kobold could be one. You could just put Acumen Troll. Like, why are they so tall? Oh yeah, I forgot to add. Thank you. That's why I'm doing this on a live stream. I forgot that I needed to add 3 from my 1 inch of height gives me 3 extra pounds and +2 strength. Oh, see, that's why I fudged the numbers so we could do stupid crap like that. All right. So that means +3, and that gives us 74, which means I need to. Okay, I need to write this stuff down so I don't forget it. Okay, height gives us +2 pound, +3 pounds, and +3 strength. Okay, so +3 pounds and +2 strength, and the 3 pounds are calculated in here. So for every 1 pound over, we get +1 strength. So we get +4 strength from being a little bit of a fatty. That is absurd. Actually, I did the math once on halflings, and found out that based on their average height and weight, they are either all like average halflings are either kind of fat or like swole, just based on height and weight of a human relative to a halfling, and then scaling it using the proper cube square. Okay, so weight determined character weighs more than amount in the left column. All right. height and weight of various fantasy races have been computed using consulting biology, philosophy, and zoology textbooks that refer to the cube square law, which I just referenced using to determine that halflings were fatties, and the proportions of larger and smaller creatures. For example, a creature increases proportionally in size, its surface area increases by... Okay, this is literally just like saying, hey, I understand what the square cube law is, and you don't. Let me explain the cube square law to you, because obviously you don't understand. Like, this is literally just him saying a whole paragraph of, yeah, I understand a basic mathematical function. Alright, body mass index. I don't like that I'm seeing an exponent. Oh, or is that a note? That's not. Pounds divided by inches. Is that a note, or is that divided by inches squared? Okay. Okay, that's a note. I was worried that the BMI was pounds divided by inches squared times 705. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Body mass index. Body mass index is a method of estimating the appropriateness of an adult character's weight compared to their height. Okay, but what if I rolled infant? What if I rolled 1? Then my character wouldn't be an adult. My character would be a bloody infant. And I would have to roll on. I would have to adjust the size of my character's anal circumference for being an infant. I just like to see. I'm just occasionally mentioning the anal circumference thing, so that y'all, you got something excited to look forward to. Okay, character with low BMI is underweight, while character is overweight. Yes, I understand what BMI is. An overweight character may be exceptionally strong and physically fit. Usually an overweight character is obese, not fit. An overweight character may be exceptionally strong and physically fit. Usually an overweight character is obese, not fit. It's like... portions of this book feel like they are literally written by, like, an angel and devil sitting on the designer's shoulders. Like, yeah, just because someone's overweight doesn't mean that they're obese, but it usually does. Characters have never heard of BMI and will not discuss it with each other. Oh, thanks. I don't care. Divide their weight by... oh, no, it is square. Divide the weight by the square of their height, and then and then multiply the result by 750. Good thing that I calculated all of that shit. Alright, so... we are... weight divided by height. Where's the thingy that makes it an exponent? There we go. Squared times 705. I think that's... no. Alright, I think... Is that a right number? Kobold, underweight 18, overweight 21. And I got 19.29. Okay, I think I did all the maths correctly because I landed right in the middle of the thing. Okay. And another very, very interesting table. Oh god, I don't have to do some of these. I'm actually kind of yeah, I did the... yeah, I'm not gonna oh yeah, I'd have to re-roll all the height and weight. So I don't have to do an underweight or overweight. Wait, what? Underweight, is 18. Overweight is 21. Oh, no. Underweight is 17. Overweight is 20. Okay, I'm still between the two. Unit overweight 0.1. So does that mean... This is nonsense. All right, to determine if a character underweight or is added to poor nutrition. Yeah, I don't care. If a male character with a BMI of at least 30, he will be unable. So, apparently, if a male character has a BMI of at least 30, he will be unable to see his manhood while standing without using a mirror. An actual human being sitting at a computer in the year of our Lord 2003, I think the game came out in 2004. I think the first edition was 2003. So, like the early 2000s. Thought, it is important. It is imperative. It is a thing I need to communicate to the player of this, the greatest role-playing game ever, that a male character with a BMI of at least 30 can't see his dick. That was a thing that was determined to be necessary. Alright, yeah. For each unit below underweight or above overweight. Okay. Alright. So, I don't have to roll on these, I'm just trying to... Apparently, if it's like... If it were 17, it would be fine. If it was like 16.9, then per 0.1 unit overweight, it would be -1 to bodily attractiveness. Actually, this is a very reserved, somewhat reserved. I almost gave them a compliment. It's a somewhat reserved chart because male characters, a penalty for every like point whatever underweight, unless you're an ogre for some reason. I guess ogres can be as skinny as they want. But then, and then also -1 for every how many overweight. Then female characters, excluding trolls and ogres, all get a bonus for being underweight. Especially the Anakim, who wait, height effects if male characters are more attractive but not females? Did I miss that somewhere? Or are you being sassy? I don't know if I missed that or if you're being sassy, because I would not be surprised if that was literally here in the game. Oh, yep, there you go. Wow. Okay. Yeah. See? There's so much ridiculous stuff that I literally missed the fact that male characters' bodily attractiveness is affected by their height. It's absurd. But yeah. So females get a bonus for being underweight, especially if an elf or Anakim, who, as I mentioned before, are the coolest and best race ever. They're super extreme and edgy, and they're way better than elves and dwarves and Dragonborn. I don't know if Dragonborn existed back then. Well, I mean, they did, but they weren't, like, mainstream. I mean, you know what? I'm going to say this. Dragonborn are better than Anakim. You all know I don't like Dragonborn? But they're way more interesting than these stupid edgelord angel demons. I vaguely like looked over the thing. I think it said they're like half angel, half demon, or some crap like that. Point is, lots of data. Yeah, Anakin or elf +10. Notice, like, it's not just like, oh yeah. But I was saying, the male and female overweight penalties are the same. So, on one hand, you could say, okay, so the creator is, like, not, doing the big thing about, like, oh, overweight ladies are fat, but overweight men aren't fat. But, like, no. I think it's just the creator is equally disgusted by fat people of both genders. as evidenced by the fact that the ogres are all like fat, and the ogres and trolls are often fat, and they're the ones who, eat children and masturbate while poking into the brains of corpses. I think they have sex with the brains too. I seem to recall reading. Anyway, body part proportion. The hell's going on here? Is this real? I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this is real. Ogres have different races have different proportions of body parts relative to the other body parts. Thanks. For example, ogres have proportionally thicker arms than trolls. This information table is unnecessary at the moment. No. The information on this table is not unnecessary at the moment. It is unnecessary, period, if creating a character and progressing through the book page by page. However, after life points are determined, body part points will be determined based on this table. After calculating body part points and life points, the body are entered on the character sheet next to an image of the body. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god. Oh my freaking god. Are you dead serious? Are arranged during the attack. The particular body part may be determined. This is also a percentage of the body part's area compared to. For now, observe the body part proportion of the apparent. Yeah, every time you look at Fatal, it gets worse. It's like one of those images, online where you're like, oh god, every time, the more I look at it, the worse it gets. Just like, because I was just browsing through it before, and now I'm actually going through it like, I am going to have to do this. I am fortunately going to be able to skip it for now, but I think I am literally going to have to roll for the proportion of my character's right hand, left upper arm, right upper arm, face, and head at some point. Alright. Body part of a character has bodily features different above. The player may consult about altering proportions. Yeah. For example, a character may have a BMI that indicates obesity, in which case their lower torso would have a higher proportion than the parts of the body should have a lower proportion. Conversely, a female may have D-cup breasts and a low BMI, indicating that the upper torso should have a higher proportion while the lower torso should have a lower proportion. Alterations to body part proportions, of course, solely at the discretion of the game master. Features that may affect body part proportion include Anakin tails or wings, BMI, cup size, head circumference, fist circumference, foot size, manhood length or circumference, and strength. Those are things that those are different stats than the body part proportions, which may affect your body part proportions. This is amazing. This is an amazing game. I will never play it. Okay, I won't say I'll never play it. Situations in which I would play Fatal. On a charity live stream. Period. That is it. I would do it for a good cause, but not for... Sorry, I just got distracted when I noticed that Garouch ogres color their hair blonde. Alright, most attractive and repulsive feature. First, your most attractive feature. Second, the most repulsive. If the most repulsive feature is identical to the attractive feature, then reroll. Yeah, you could have just said, if the same number is rolled, reroll. But yeah, otherwise the player and game master must consult each other in contradictory cases, such as when a character has high facial charisma, yet their face is their most repulsive feature. That can happen. You can literally roll that you're not. Okay, just a quick question. If you're why if you're I'm sorry, why isn't there an adjustment to this table for your facial charisma to determine I say because there's a adjustment to the character sexual orientation table for cup size. All right, so roll twice. The first, yeah. All right, what's our most attractive feature? 65. Oh man, it was so close to a 69. I'm sorry, I lost it for a moment. I rolled a 65. So most most attractive feature is our chest, which gives us plus 1d10 bodily attractiveness and plus 1d10 cup size. Get a well, hold on. We get 1d10. We to the cup size roll when we roll the cup size later. So let's see. Our most attractive feature, which we rolled a 65, or it's a 65, right? Is chest, which gives us plus 1d10 bodily attractiveness. It's fucking text, you idiot. I'm sorry, didn't mean to swear. There. And 1d10 cup size. There we go. There we go. 1d10 bodily attractiveness and 1d10 cup size. All right. Worst feature is 40 face. Oh my god, yeah. Vocal charisma is a thing. So, okay, most repulsive feature is face. What is the most repulsive face? Gives us 1d10 minus 1d10 facial charisma. The worst thing is, yeah, if I ever actually review this, now I'm gonna have to. Yeah, if I ever do a full review, I'm gonna actually have to draw this character. You know what? I might just draw this character for fun. Oh. Alright. Skin color. The color of a character's skin may range from deathly pale to black. Certain races have modifiers. Consider the following racial modifiers. Kobold, silvery white. We don't get a modifier. Gurok ogres don't get a modifier, and trolls don't get it because they're just green or black. Now, I know what you're wondering. We've talked about this game being sexist in this live stream. It's been fun. We've been talking about that. So, character skin tone may range from deathly pale to black. All right, let's look at the skin color chart for humans. This is the human skin color chart. You can be deathly pale, pale, light or fair, medium, or tan. The skin of a laborer. You can go from like my skin tone to a healthy tanned Caucasian. Oh. See, when they said your skin can range to black, they meant literally black for the black dwarves and black elves. And dark elves, black dwarves and dark elves. Which is silly. So we don't have to roll for that though, because our skin is silvery white. Hair color for Anakim, humans, kobolds, and ogres. Alright. Get to roll my D100. I rolled a 34. Alright. And apparently, characters... Hair color 34. That was a typo. So apparently our character's beauty is beyond compare with flaming locks of auburn hair. And hair color for light elves. Hair length. Wait. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Consider possible gender and racial modifiers and consult the following table. Eye color. There's no gender modifier for hair length. That is weird. 44. (9 to 16 inches or upper back). Hair thickness and type. Okay, so +8 for being a female and +10 for being a kobold. Rolled a 40, 58. Okay, wow. Apparently trolls have just like rockin' hair. They get +30 to the roll. What would I write? 40 + 18, 58. Medium thickness. Curly and oily. Cool. Wait, so... medium thickness and curly and wavy. Okay, and he's not oily. You know, I don't understand this. Why does my hair thickness provide a 1d6 facial charisma modifier bonus? And also, am I supposed to... Wait, it said at one point, but I don't care. The important thing is, we literally rolled on 3 different tables to determine the character's hair. And eye color 100. 90. No, it's not a 9, it's a 6. 60. Cobalt. Brown. Boring. Oh, God. See? I saw that. I saw that infants have a -74 modifier, and I thought, oh, I should mention that. That's a funny thing I should mention. And just, like, the complete nonsense of everything else. Just... Alright, so, what did I roll here? A 60. Eyes, 60. That's not a 6, that's a 5. Eyes, 60, brown. Brown eyes. Got some brown eyes. That's too bad. Oh well. If you roll knee-length, super thick hair, I believe your cousin It. And you just have to deal with it. You just have to deal with it. You can't cut your hair because you roll. That's what you rolled. Oh, that's absurd. Breadth. Breadth is a measure of reach. Though races vary, human arm span usually equals height. Different from arm span, breadth is the length of one arm and half the width of the upper torso of the character. You couldn't just say half of arm span. Half of arm span. It's half of arm span. It's the length of one arm and half of the width and half the width of the upper torso. That's just half of the arm span. Oh. Breadth affects reach with weapon size and initiative. Okay, well... Really? Okay, that's weird. Okay, since I'm not a dwarf, an ogre, or a troll, or a Borbatignagitigar, which I think is a type of... one of the races, I don't care. Just 50%, okay. Well, I mean, hold on, not sure it should be a penalty, because consider this. What if we are measuring the length from the fingertip all the way up the arm, and then around the titty? That is going to be a longer breadth. Oh God, vision. All right, I am actually going to step away shortly, and then I will be back because I have to feed my cats because they like being fed. It is a thing that cats generally enjoy. So I am gonna be right back after I feed the cats. And I haven't streamed for a while, so I'm trying to remember how to... There we go. And I am back. The cats have been fed. I was 15 minutes late. They almost didn't make it. And now I remember why I was like, I think it's time to feed the cats. Vision. Why do I have to roll for my character's vision? Vision is a character's sense of seeing. Thanks. Of the 5 senses, vision is the only humanoid sense that cannot be improved with practice. Although a character may become more skillful with their sight, their vision is not improved. That's all senses. You can practice and get better at listening for stuff or like determining sounds, and you can also improve your visual acuity by nothing that is said in this game makes sense. Alright, disguise character vision. Undesirable vision can be either nearsighted, farsighted, and nearsighted. A character cannot see. Farsightedness is the distance character who no longer receives headaches. Characters who are farsighted have perfect natural vision. Include vision and intelligence. There's a fucking vision modifier. Oh. Well, see, here's the thing: is the game. You're right. The game really can screw you up for having bad luck during your rolls, just like Alien's Adventure Game, which similarly, like, if you rolled poorly during character creation, your character was. No. If you rolled average during character creation, your character was awful. You had to roll like really good. But here's the thing: is you already have to have bad luck to be playing Fatal in the first place. And I rolled a 35. I have perfect natural vision. I can distinguish similar heraldic coats of arms at 750 feet. Yeah, bitches, how far away can you distinguish similar heraldic coats of arms at 750 feet? No, I don't think 700 feet. I think it's like, yeah, 30, like you could maybe 50 feet. I love that I had to make a separate sheet just for, like, random crap. Oh, I forgot I get 1d6 facial charisma from my hair being long. Okay, perfect natural vision. See, it's ironic because, like, I don't have perfect natural vision. I'm actually having trouble reading some of the stuff in the book. Alright. With perfect natural vision and daylight, masses of troops can be recognized at 5,100 feet. Infantry can be distinguished from cavalry at 39. Why is this here? Oh, you just realized this is 980 pages? Yeah, this is a 980 page game. Which, mind you, by the fact that it said free CD included, they thought was going to be. What page am I on? 47. Yeah, why don't I just do this? Note, if you look at the cover, they clearly thought, with the free CD included, that this was going to be a commercial game they were going to sell in a bookstore. Library of Congress card catalog number. They left a section for in the front of the book. They went with the whole, like, everything typeface. Actually, I really like it when things put in the typeface. But yeah, printed in the United States of America, ISBN. Like they thought this was going to be printed. They thought that's what they thought. They thought. That's the really creepy thing is they legitimately seem to have, like, they don't seem to have. It's a lack of awareness. That's what this game is. It's like, it's very theoretical. It's very abstract. Like, all the ideas in this game are like, see, even when I'm trying to like analyze this game, I read something and I'm like, physiognomically. Here's the thing, I think you would want to be known for drawing the art in this book, because if you draw the kind of art that's in this book, chances are you're that kind of person who thinks this was a good idea. Because I can't imagine they actually paid anyone for this. Physiognomy, I feel like that's not how you pronounce that word, is the methodical attempt to correlate facial features with presumed characteristics. While the correlations vary with the physiognomist, the following table provides popular observations. Roll 1d100 and consult. Okay, so here's the thing. I think it might actually be playable. I've never tried. But, like, I think it's, like, technically playable. It's all hypothetical. It's all very much things like, you looked at Dungeons and Dragons and you said, "Oh, this is stupid. How come characters like don't like age doesn't represent the real full age range of the character? How come all of the characters are fighters and clerics and wizards? That's not realistic. In the olden days, people were dairymaids and farmers and delousers." Like, it's all theoretical. Like, the game is constructed very, very theoretically of what they thought a good game would be, without ever, like, considering the actual play experience. And that's why it's so interesting. Because, like, you go into it, you expect it to be, like, complete nonsense. You expect it to be, like, I forget the name of that one game that is literally incomprehensible. But no, everything is, it's annoying, but it's comprehensible. And I need to roll on this very big chart. And my dice fell off the desk. And I rolled a 35. Are these all negative? Okay. I could have rolled long eyelashes, but I rolled tired eyes. Ah. Tired eyes, which gives me minus 1d4 facial charisma. Okay, here is the thing about this versus Rifts. Rifts is unnecessarily complicated. Less so than this. But, like, this is just, like, so absurdly complicated that it's amusing. And the Freak of Nature table. Roll 1d, how many is that? 1 million. Roll a d1 million. To see if there is something about the character as a freak of nature. If the result equals 1, then the character is a freak of nature who has survived. Most freaks of nature are killed when their deformity is discovered at birth. The player freak must roll 1d100 and consult the... See, it's funny, because someone asked how you rolled a d1 1,000 earlier, and this is now you have to roll a D1 million. I'm not gonna roll a D1 million. Like I said, if I do a full review of this game, I'll roll a D1 million for the video, for shits and giggles. But I only need to roll one die. Alright, I rolled a 6. That means that I did not roll a 1 on my D1 million. But you can have a funnel chest, be a hermaphrodite. Oh my god, those... Think about the poor player who rolled hermaphrodite and then had to roll the circumference and length of their penis and the circumference and depth of their vagina. Like... Extra nipple. Like Mark Wahlberg has. Mark Wahlberg has an extra nipple. Not sure if you knew that. This is funnel chest can also give you plus, can affect your Oh my god. Being a hermaphrodite gives you no gender modifiers and minus 1d10 bodily attractiveness. Like, I don't even know what to do with that. Yeah, noteworthy thing, in the original game, the original version of this game, which was titled Fantasy Adventures to Adult Lechery, as opposed to From Another Time, Another Land, was actually worse. The first edition was actually worse. I've looked through it a little bit. Instead of like rolling to have like a I think it was something like if your character had like based on your intelligence, you could roll to determine if you had retard strength. Which, let's keep in mind, the whole point of this game, they're constantly talking about how sophisticated and highbrow and based on all of those like maths. We did all of the maths and all of the references to Greek philosophy. But they thought retard strength was funny, so they put it in the original version. Alright. I'm sure you all saw it popping up. Sexual features. Below are optional measures of the body. They are provided so that the sexual dimension of neural playing may be included at the game master's discretion. Yeah, I'm sure anyone who runs this game is going, you know what? I don't think I wanna use all the sex stuff. I'm really gonna read these. The areola, the skin immediately surrounding the nipple, may vary in diameter, and according to race, gender, and age. A roll of 85 to 95 causes minus 1d4 bodily attractiveness, while 96 to 100 causes minus 1d6. Roll below to determine the diameter of the character's areolas. Minus 15 if male, minus 30 if infant or child. Just so we all know that there's a minus 30 modifier for the diameter of an infant's areolas. Areolae? All right. Sexual characteristics, features. This deserves its own section on the spreadsheet. Areola width. See, the funny thing is, like, I would actually... Like, here's the thing that could actually, they could have done, but they didn't. Like, assuming like this, as they think they are, if they were so smart at anatomy, here's what they would have done. Required a roll over 100 to have 4-inch areolas. Oh, I guess so, because you're minus 15 for male, but you can still get 3-inch. Like, I feel like they really could have made this chart make more sense. Alright, hope we don't have gigantic areolas. I mean, I kind of hope we do. Alright. So areolas roll a 74, which is 1.5 inch. And gives us no adjustment. Areola hue. Once again, yeah. Beat me to it, yeah. Bodily attractiveness, female only. If you're a dude, you can have like the. Huh, that's weird. This is, once again, this is just like telling you exactly the designer's opinions on things. Really light areola are a minus 1d6 to bodily attractiveness, but dark areola are minus 1d4. Hey, I'm having... because it's ridiculous. That's why I'm doing this to myself. Like, I've also I've looked at the book just for, like, you know, morbid curiosity. So like it's already in my head. It's already there, and like I can't unsee these things, so I might as well get some hashtag content out of it. Okay, that's a D100 31. Okay. Aw. Alright, we got some light areolas. Unfortunately, they're not medium. If they were medium, we'd get 1 plus 1d4 to our bodily attractiveness. Where's the nipple size table? You know, like the nipple... Ha ha ha! When there's the nipple size table, lol. That would be so funny if there was actually a nipple length table. Alright, cup size. Though cup sizes are human expressions, the cup size herein is considered relative to each race. A scholarly study on female human bust size indicates that both male and females prefer a female with a medium bust size. For more information, see the references section. Alright, let's just address here that was just a note on the word cup size. A scholarly study showed that the designer likes medium breasts. Also, note. A scholarly study on female human bust size indicates that both males and females prefer a female with a medium bust size. You know, medium, like a D cup, because that has the biggest modifier. Alright, so, okay, here, this is another one that I absolutely love. So this game goes out of its way to give you like to codify everything, how big your hand is, how like the proportion of your left foot. Modifier to cup size. Fat plus 25. What is fat? What is considered fat for a character? It just says fat. It doesn't say fat and then like in parentheses, you know, 0.4, you know, over body BMI or something like that. It just says fat. It doesn't tell you how fat you have to be to get this plus 25 bonus. It doesn't tell you anything other than fat. Anyway, our character isn't fat. Our character has some big titties, though. So, how much... I'm sorry, I was just seriously asking how much extra titty do we get. 1d10 extra titty. Alright, we don't have any other modifiers. We are not an infant. Wait a minute. So you know what I just realized? Which is somewhat concerning. If you are an infant or a child, you take a minus 75 on this. So if you roll a 100 minus 75, you get a 25, which is an A cup. And let's say that you rolled your chest was your best feature and got plus 1d10. So you could have a 30. You could have like a 35. You could be an infant with a B cup. B cup infant. That's a thing that you can be in this game. All right, roll. I want to roll high because like A, you know, we gotta get some bodily attractiveness. B, I think we're for D cup or higher. There's a hilarious thing that comes later. All right. And our D10. 10. Well, that's fine. $62 plus 10. We got a 72. So it's a C cup. It's like a small C. But that does give us plus 1d10 bodily attractiveness. Is this the only... Yeah. 1d10 bodat. It's kind of hoping I'd roll like a 100 and then like a 10 on the d10 and it would be like, you got 110 titty. Oh yeah, nipple length. 36. One-quarter inch. And our 1/4 inch nipples give us a minus 1d4 bodily attractiveness. No. See, in order to, see, you're forgetting. In order to have, like, be aware that inverted nipples are a thing, you might have to have, like, actually seen nude adult women who are not internet pornography actors. who would likely not, usually have inverted nipples. All right. See, like, I kind of Oh, God. If you're an ogre, you can have 5-inch nipples. I kind of understand this one. Like, take a penalty if your nipples are like an inch. Wait. Oh, shit. I didn't see that you do roll for nipples. Oh, sorry. If the roll is one... Wait. A nipple that is flaccid may have no length whatsoever, may be inverted. First, to see if a character nipple is inverted. Okay. Alright, I rolled a 75, not inverted. Okay, now inverted. Minus 15 if male, minus 15 if... Okay. Alright, so, okay, got everything right. Here's what I want to know, though. How do you take a penalty for your nipples being too short? Especially when, like, as stated here, a nipple that is flaccid may have no length whatsoever. Wait. Okay. Oh, of course, bodily attractiveness modifier applies only to female characters. You can be a dude with gigantic nipples just sticking out of your chest. Just like 4-foot nipples, and it doesn't affect you. Like, that is like the most sexist shit in here. Like, all of the mention of slavery and rape and horrors and how a woman who is, how most whores are gang raped and therefore unable to lead any life other than horror-y. Like, yeah, that stuff's bad. But, like, all of, like, the little casual things of, like, yeah, nipple size affects a female character's appearance, but not a man. Men's nipples don't matter. Especially considering that you see them more often. Like, man without a shirt, that's a normal thing. So if they've got giant dinner plate nipples, especially considering that they take a penalty on the chart and are less likely to have giant nipples. Anyway, it's time to roll the vaginal circumference potential. Should any vagina be stretched beyond the limit, the limit as determined by the table below, which differs from woman to woman, the orifice will rip to accommodate the incoming object. The incoming object. Captain, we've got an incoming object. First, consider all relevant modifiers, then roll a D100 on the following tables. Okay. So, as you can see, if your character is an infant, which, remember, they say is like a thing that you should do. If you roll infant, you should just play as an infant. Minus 95 to your vaginal circumference potential. Only 85 for a child. We don't get plus 10 for middle-aged. Wait, why is it plus 10 for middle age and then plus 5 for old age and plus 5 for venerable? Wouldn't it just like keep getting... You know what? I'm assuming these make sense. Alright, and if the character is a mother, you add plus 1d20 plus 5. If they are a nymphomaniac, plus 1d20 plus 10. And a slut... 1d20. Oh, wait. 1d20 if unsure. Like, how slutty is the character? If we're not sure how slutty our character is, just roll a d20. You know what? Oh, what am I rolling? I'm rolling a D percentile. I really hope I roll between 86 and 95 because I would love to be able to say that my character has the vaginal circumference potential of a woman's fist. I rolled a 9. Oh, it's just as hilarious as I assumed it would be. Vaginal circumference. I rolled a 9, which means that my 4 to 5... First of all, 4 to 5 inches, that's not incredibly helpful when, determining anything. Because it's like, oh, you use the table to determine your vaginal circumference potential, and then if anything that is larger than that, the orifice will rip to accommodate the incoming object. What they mean to say is these are the rules for rape. They're a little more subtle about it. They're less subtle about it later. The actual rules for rape are listed in the wrestling skill. So they didn't even give it its own skill. But how's 4 to 5 inches gonna, so if something is 4 inches, that's fine? If it's 3 inches, though, it's too small and it gets crushed by the vaginal pressure? Alright. Although, I could add 1d20 to that by making the character a slut. You know what? I don't feel like getting out a d20. This game isn't worth getting out a d20. So 4 to 5 inches, no bonus there. No adjustment to vocal charisma for the resonance in the tightness of the vagina. All right. Vaginal depth potential. No object may be fully inserted into a vagina if it is longer than the female's vaginal depth potential. A human being who, mind you, is probably still walking this earth and allowed to drive a car and, wrote that sentence. In such extreme situations, internal damage may occur. Though this is best left to the game master. A female's vaginal depth potential equals her height in feet converted to inches. What? Such as a female 5'6" becoming equivalent 5 1/2. Then 2d20% is added. Height in his feet in inches, and then so okay, so okay, where's our character's height? Where did I roll? Weight, BMI. Oh, height is over here. I should move this over here. Okay, our height is 52 inches, 4'4", so 4 1/3 inches. Okay. So 4 1/3 inches. Then add 2d20%. Okay, I guess I have to get out a d20 after all. For regular viewers of the channel, I'm using the dollar store dice set. That doesn't count because it landed in the thing. 17. Okay. Vaginal depth. 4 1/3 inches. Oh wait. I only rolled that once. It was 2d. Oh. Ah. Oh God, is that? That was convenient. 13 and 17 is 30. Okay. That's not what I rolled. I rolled 13 and a 17, so plus 30%. I'm not going to calculate what that is right now. I'm probably not going to do a lot of the calculations on the stream here because of the fact that they are nonsensical. And have all those percentages that need to be calculated, which I can do, but like I can do them in the spreadsheet, but like I'm gonna have to set it all up. All right, so vaginal depth is 4 1/3 inches plus 30% of 4 1/3 inches. Okay. Tongue size. Minus 80 for infant and minus 60 for child. Tongue size, roll. 95. Which means tip may touch chin. 3 inches. Oh, come on. I rolled a 95 and I only get a 3-inch tongue. Disappoint. Anal circumference potential. Wait. Here's a great one. You get a bonus. You get a +5 bonus to your anal circumference potential for being male. Dudes, dudes just have bigger assholes, I guess. That's So how hilarious is it gonna be if cause I rolled a 3 on the vaginal circumference? How hilarious is it gonna be if I roll like 100 on this? I did not. I rolled a 28. Still, it would have been funny. So 28. 28, which is 5 to 6 inches, the size of a normal manhood. And that is what I find to be the oddest thing. Is the fact that they constantly use the term manhood in place of penis or, like, literally any other term. Okay, so... Objects may be fully inserted along with the character's anal depth potential. A character's anal depth potential, their height and feet converted, so it's the same. And then add 3d20 percentage. So... 9, 3, 5. I did not mean for that to be a date. And now it's a date forever. Problem with spreadsheets. Okay. So, actually less... Okay, that's weird. Alright, so anal depth. Ripped orifices. So, we've all heard about, like, vaginal depth and nipple length and all this. So then after this we have the rules for ripped orifices. Should a vagina or anus stretch to accommodate the entry of an object that exceeds the vaginal or anal circumference potential, damage may result to the individual due to a ripped orifice. A vagina or anus that is stretched to twice its limit results in the necessity of a health check at TH20. I don't know what that means. If this check fails, then death occurs. If this check fails, then death occurs. Okay. If successful for a female character, the skin... if successful for a female character, the skin between the vagina and anus rips and the two orifices effectively become one. If successful for a male character, then the skin rips into the scrotum. Damage is a percent of life points equal to the extent of ripping. Someone wrote those rules. Hymen resistance. A hymen is a membrane. Oh no! Each player of a female character may, at their option, determine the hymen resistance of the character by rolling 5d20. A 100 means she was born without a hymen. Every time a male inserts his manhood into the female... God, the language here. The language! Like, I would prefer if it was just, like, total, like, crass vulgarities all the way through. At least that would make sense. Oh. With an ninja, he must roll a d100 to see if it breaks. He must roll a d100 to see if it breaks. It may only break once. He must divide manhood circumference by vaginal circumference potential and multiply the quotient by 100. Apply this modifier to the roll. If the results exceed the hymen resistance, then it is broken. If it breaks, then blood seeps from the vagina. Or so I've heard. I'm just adding that on for him because he's... I'm guessing that the person who wrote this book has never been in close proximity to a vagina. Common folk consider an unbroken hymen indicative of virginity, though she may have had a high... though she may either have a high hymen resistance or never have accommodated sufficient manhood. Okay. Also here, I'm not gonna read it, but here is the the rules for determining if you get pregnant after intercourse, infant mortality rate. Here are the rules for menstruation. I know what you're thinking. Wow, I've played Dungeons and Dragons for years, and I didn't realize until now that they didn't include rules for menstruation, which is weird, you know. And when you think about it, I want to point it out to you that in no edition of Dungeons and Dragons did they provide comprehensive rules for menstruation. It seems like, wow, maybe Dungeons and Dragons isn't so great. Yeah, this thing is freaking insane. Anyway, it's a good thing that I didn't roll that extra d20 for vaginal circumference for the character being a slut, because now I get to roll 5d20 to determine the character's hymen resistance. Alright, I got a 2. A 6. I should write these down. Two. A 6. An 18. An 8. How many of these am I rolling? 5. And a 15. So, hymen resistance is 49. Our character's hymen resistance is 49. Not extremely strong, especially considering how incredibly tiny our character's vagina is. Sorry. I needed a moment. Yes. This ain't your daddy's RPG. This isn't anyone's RPG. Nobody wants this game. Like, even the people who made it, I'm positive, like, somehow didn't want to. Alright, so I don't have to roll anything here because... Is that... Now here's the interesting thing. Okay, here's the really cool thing. So, the only things we've heard about the vagina is the rules for impregnating it or ripping the hymen. I am going to read aloud the entire section for manhood. The manhood of a male character is his penis. Most males consider their manhood to be their most treasured possession. Some races value their manheads more than others. Anakim, bugbears, dark elves, humans, and kobolds consider their manhoods more important than other races. Manhood is important for sexual intercourse because usually size matters. Two measures may be useful: length and circumference. Different females prefer different sizes and shapes of manhoods. A manhood with a larger circumference than its length is known as a chode. Most females prefer a manhood that is thick so she feels it, but not thick enough to hurt, and long, but not long enough to hit the end of her vagina. Some females prefer veins, others do not want to see them. Some females prefer that the head, or glans, is large and puffy, while others do not care. A phallophiliac, for example, prefers the largest manhood available. Below, a player may determine the length and circumference of a manhood. Other details are left to the game master. It's very clear where the designer's priorities lie in terms of, like, agency towards character. It's like, vaginas are a thing you stick your dick into, but like, the manhood, it is mythical and important, and this is what the females like. Oh. Admittedly, those dudes, the incels and their constant use of terms like femoid and female, have probably made that retroactively more hilarious than it was in 2004. You know what, I'm not gonna... Alright. Rare features. The only important part, and the manhood of male character... Yes. That is the only relevant... That is the only relevant... Are you saying it's not relevant that some women don't want to see the veins? A person wrote this. An actual person. A person with, like, I don't know, like, mental autonomy. Like, it's so bizarre. Alright, race features. Determining character creation players use their features may rarely become... Okay, these features are not usually determined during character creation, but you know what? Here at Some Weirdo on the Internet reviews obscure role-playing games / Let's Make Us a Character. We don't do things the usual way. BAM! I don't even know what I'm rolling. Foot size. 9. I'm a little disappointed that I'm not rolling anything hilarious. Like, you know, being super tiny and having gigantic feet. Alright, humanoid and kobold. Wait, so... Are kobolds their version of hobbits since they have the same size feet as humans? Anyway, 7 to 8 inches is the foot. And next, fist circumference. The circumference of a character's clenched fist is a number of inches equal to the length of the character's foot in inches. Alright, guys, and possibly gals, I don't know who's here. Folks, everyone, y'all, we're going to do some math. We're going to do some science. We're going to do some experimentation right here. Because I happen to have a tape measure sitting on my desk. Alright, the length of my foot is... Make sure I'm getting... straight, you know, put my foot on the ground so I can do it easier. Alright, 26.5 centimeters is the size of my... the length of my foot. And my clenched fist is... is difficult to measure because I have to clench my fist in order to do it, which requires me losing the use of one of my hands. It is about 28 centimeters, but like I'm measuring it like around there. That's not the widest point. There we go. Yeah, 28, 29. Okay, so it was off by a centimeter. So I guess the length of your foot is about relative to the circumference of your fist. We learned something today. Handedness. Ambidexterity is not determined here, but might maybe be acquired as a skill. Why the hell is ambidexterity not not included in the handiness. Okay, yeah, we're gonna roll for handedness. Rolled a 23 right-handed, right? Yep. All right. Head circumference. The circumference of head may be relevant when a character finds a helmet or hat and desires to wear it. Just imagine. Imagine this hypothetical situation where someone plays this game and they say, all right, you found a helmet. What's your character's head circumference? Oh, I'm sorry. The helmet doesn't fit. It's 1/2 inch too small. If not larger than 101% of the character's head circumference. It is possible to wear a hat or helmet that is between 102 and 103 of the character's head circumference. You know what? I'm not an expert here, but I think you can actually wear a hat that is slightly bigger than your head. More than 103%. I feel like this is like a thing that was like... Well, no, you're not expected to wear hats. I feel like it's like a thing. This is like a thing. Like, because though the loose fit will be annoying. So I'm guessing this is like one of those things that like the designer's just like really picky about his hats fitting right. So like wrote it into the rules so that everyone else will understand that that's bad. If female, multiply the results by 0.97. Finally, the base must be modified randomly. Roll 1d100. Then the base head circumference will be decreased. I'm sorry to keep swearing on this stream, but what the fuck? All right. That's not how you spell circumference. And it's, it's not going to fit. Okay. All right, so let's just... I'm just going to start at the beginning and hope that it makes sense eventually. All right, I rolled a 50. So 50 for a kobold, our base 22.12. 22.12. That's not the number. 22.12 inches. Okay. If female, multiply the result by 0.97. Okay. Okay. Finally, the base must be modified randomly. Roll 1d100. Okay. Okay. Modified randomly. 87. Okay. I don't know what... Okay. So... Okay, so the base head circumference is going to be increased. Add or subtract in hundredths of an inch. $57. Okay. In hundredths of an inch. So adds... Okay. Add or subtract the result as hundredths of an inch. No. That'd be 0.57. Not. Nah, I did that wrong. Okay. Because 57 hundredths is 5/10. Okay. So our head circumference is equal to the base head circumference times 0.97 for female head size plus the 0.57 inch Oh, I was like, I forgot that we did. So our total head size is 22.0264 inches. That is the circumference of our character's head. And all we had to do was roll on a table, multiply by 0.97, then roll to determine if it was slightly larger or slightly smaller than normal, and then roll 100th of an inch, which, you know, oh, a note. Head circumference and intelligence are uncorrelated, although intelligence is correlated with brain size. And did you know that men have larger brains than women? I'm sorry. He didn't say that. It just seems like that's where I've heard that go on multiple occasions. The relationship between intelligence and brain size occurs in at least 3 studies appearing in scholarly journals. See the reference section at the end of this book. How far we are? We're in chapter 2 out of 8. We're on page 56 out of 400. Oh, and here's the full rules for pregnancy, and this piece, this is clearly not drawn for this. I feel like this is the only piece of art that, like, it feels like this and this. They feel like they were drawn for, like, real fantasy and, like, were just stock art. Because I actually like this. This is actually nice. Point is, all the rules for pregnancy, why are they here? Why are they here after head circumference? Why weren't they with the rules for infant mortality rate and, you know, chance of fertilization? No idea. Oh. Oh, God. We're literally... Why are these nice illustrations all in this chapter? Okay. If a character's health... Yeah. Well, he has data to support everything. And because, like, here's the thing. I can come up with data to support whatever I want to. Like, I can come up with data to support that, I don't know, ducks are smarter than dolphins. Crows. There we go. Crows. Crows are smarter than dolphins. I guarantee you I can give you data that says crows are smarter than dolphins. It doesn't say that. What it says is that crows are more adept at tool usage than dolphins. But I say crows are smarter than dolphins, and here's a study that proves it. And you don't go and read the study. Yes. That's why you don't bring women into the woods. Okay, so I guess we'll have to... I can't believe we're not even into abilities yet. I guess after we do abilities, if they're too low, we'll have to come back and do allergies. When a character is drinking, consider the weight. Okay. So nothing I have to... Okay. Why is... I don't know why this is here. Intoxication by marijuana. I am outraged. This game is so edgy. It's so edgy with its psychedelic mushrooms and Anthrax. And bubonic plague. I'm very bad trip effects. Great. Cancer. Your character can get cancer. Rabies or muscular dystrophy. Your character can get muscular. Okay, well, I don't care about any of this. All right, chapter. Abilities are a character's capacities. Oh yeah, like it is definite like academic levels of, oh, well, this supports my point and it doesn't matter if it is not valid because it's an academic exercise. That's the point of citing sources. It's an academic exercise to show how smart you're. Like debate. Like, okay, with very few exceptions, abilities are unchanging. There are 5 core abilities: physique, charisma, dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom, each with 4 sub-abilities. To determine a character's abilities, begin by calculating. To determine a character's abilities, begin by calculating each of the 20 sub-abilities. Sub-abilities must be rolled in order, and the order cannot be altered. For each sub-ability, roll 10d100, divide the sum by 5, subtract 1 from the result, and truncate the remainder. You know, where I'm from, you can literally just say round up or round down. I don't know which. Truncate probably specifies that it's rounding up or down, but because you, oh god, the distribution of abilities and sub-abilities attempts to model the bell curve of intelligence. In their book, The Bell Curve, Heinster and Murray note the distribution for intelligence in the standard IQ metric has a mean of 100 and a standard deviation of 15. For more information, see the measures. God! This is such a pretentious thing. And I should probably mention that I haven't gotten to the part where the spell failure table, the random, effects for a spell failure, includes a giant winged penis just like appearing and being very, very randy in this very, very academic and serious game. Like, they don't know what they're trying to do. It's like, it literally feels like it was written by 2 people who weren't working in the same room, but then, like, they just somehow smushed everything together. Okay, so creates a range of 1 to 199 for all sub-abilities, and the average of each sub-ability is 100. It may be easier. Look at the formula. Thanks for the formula. Then simply average each group of 4 sub-abilities to determine the core ability. For example, average the sub-ability scores for physical fitness, strength, body, the attractiveness, and health to determine the score for physique. Modifiers from other chapters may affect your sub-ability scores, such as modifiers from race, gender, and Chapter 2 body. On the following tables, a score of 100 is the average for all humans. For instance, Mill rolls strength sub-ability score at 100, and is horrified that the average bench press is 113 pounds. That's not too bad. I mean, how much does the designer bench press? That's what I want to know. Oh. Male receive a bonus. To resolve this, males receive a bonus to strength. Yes, a 30% bonus to strength. For now, simply determine your sub-ability scores and record them on your character sheet, which is available in the back of this book. As I mentioned previously, it's 11 pages. Finally, sub-abilities may need to be modified depending on age. Oh god, I'm so glad I did not have to present 80 effect. Considered. Yeah. Lastly, the abilities are arranged not in an order of importance. They are all important, but in order that progresses from concrete physique to abstract wisdom. Physique is immediately obvious, while wisdom is not. But yeah, see, here's my thing: is like, I don't mind like spelling mistakes, especially in like a 980-page thing made by one dude, because okay, actually it's made by like 20 some odd people, but like I get the impression that he like literally gave someone credit just for giving him a funny insult. But like everything else is terrible. All right. So elven character not sickly. Have more life points and maybe respond while shotgun. Modifiers for allergies are explained in Chapter 2, Body, regarding skills, health. Regarding skills, health is useful when urinating. That is a sentence that a human being wrote and put into this book. All right. Or maybe not. All right. I don't think there's anything like I actually need to know. Characters with low facial charisma may seem to have one eyebrow instead of two, severe acne, an ugly birthmark, a large nose or ears, dark rings under the eyes. I have some of those things. Okay. Now, it didn't... Did it say the allergies? The character's health sub-ability is not high enough, and the character has at least one allergy. See Chapter 3 abilities. Okay, and now we go to Chapter 3 abilities. And we look at health. Healthy characters are not sickly or prone to illness, have fewer allergies, and are unaffected by poison ivy. See sound in Chapter 8 skills. They have better hearing. I guess they have better hearing. Why not? Have more life points, and maybe most importantly, respond well to shock and injury. The modifiers for allergies and intoxication are explained in Chapter 2, Body. Alright, maybe that's a thing I'll have to figure out later. Point is, Excellent. Excellent. Frida Kahlo reference. I'm going to go head off to the bathroom. Then I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to roll 5 D100s twice. I could probably scrape together 10 D100s, but I'm not going to. Alright, that's another... Alright, that's 2 D100s. And I need my other jar of dice. That's a D8, that's not a D10. I don't think I had any other D10s in there. So 5, 6, 7, 8. I might legitimately not actually have 10 D100s. Alright. Time to roll the dice. Time to roll the dice. It's this many dice. There's half as many dice as you need to roll each attribute. Alright, so, what am I going to do? I have all the modifiers here. Alright, I'm gonna make a third sheet for abilities. So, we got physique. Which has physical fitness. Strength. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. Alright. This is going to be the easiest way to do this. Okay. There is no easy way, mind you. This is the easiest. Bod, at, and health. So bodily attractiveness is physique, but facial attractiveness is charisma. And health. There we go. Alright. Time to roll the dice and roll the dice and roll the dice, and this is absurd. Alright, I've got a 28, a 76, a 7, a 27, and a 52. This is what I'm doing with my evening. I say as if I actually had any, would be doing anything more interesting, if not. Hey, you know who I bet would love to know about this? Twitter. Currently rolling 10D100 for each. In Fatal. So, how long have I been doing this? Isn't there a counter around here somewhere? Oh, live 3 hours and 16 minutes. Okay. It's time to roll the dice again. Roll the dice again. We got an 80. A 77. A 75. A 55. And a 54. And that is one attribute rolled. All right, so then we take that total, divide it by 5, and subtract 1. So it's going to equal some... Yeah, we can't play some Fatal. We haven't even made a character yet. We roll up one attribute, but more importantly, we rolled up our anal and vaginal circumference. So that's more important than your strength. All right, so that divided by 5. I need to put another parenthesis in there. Minus 1. I made a mistake in my, where did I screw up? Actually, I guess I don't need a second parenthesis in there, do I? All right, so our physical fitness is 105.2. Of course, that's going to be modified later by minus 5% for being a girl type Ranma. Well, the important thing is time to roll up. Time to roll up the second attribute. We're up to strength, I believe. Where's my spreadsheet? See, you can all see the spreadsheet all the time. I have to hunt around for it. Strength. Okay. Strength. Once again, 10d10. Well, 5d10 twice. All right. Got a 35. A 66. A 73. A 98. And a, is that a 9? A 93. Wow, it's good I rolled those 93s, considering that I am then going to take a 30% penalty. Ah! And, my table. My table's moving in a way that I don't want it to. Okay, there we go. Don't want it to fall over, because if it falls over, then it's going to spill these D10s all over the place, and then I have to hunt all over for D10s. I feel like I'm casting bones, like I'm telling a fortune. 77. Getting a weirdly large number of these that are divisible by 11. 60, 89. 42. 2. And 84. Aw, shit. Oh, ooh, we rolled such high strength. Strength is so high. Yes, the real journey was the fatal characters we made along the way, and I don't even. Oh God, I forgot that I need to average all of these. All right, bodily attractiveness. Of course, you know, we get a pretty big bonus to this for the titties. Wait, did I miss the sexuality? Okay, that's not until the sociality. Okay. Because you do have to roll for your sexuality, and if you have D or double D cup, you get a +4 bonus, which means that you cannot be asexual or homosexual, because you'd have to roll a 3 or lower for that. So it's really weird. No lady with the D titties is gay or asexual, according to this book. Oh no. Yeah, we're probably not going to get this far. So I forgot about the footnote. The footnote on why cup size modifies sexuality. Sexual hormones have a small factor in sexuality. Though more variation exists within each gender, cup size correlates with estrogen. And here is the most important thing in this book. Male modifiers have not been included due to difficulty. For more information on hormones and sexuality, see Howard 2000 in the references section. A modifier for a male character's sexual orientation is the only thing that was too complicated for this book. That was the only thing. That was the only thing that was beyond the scope of this book, apparently. Alright, 89. I'm rolling really good. 36. $10, okay. I was like, well, that's not 100, is it? And no. 100 is 0, 0, not 100. 54. And 6. Huh. It just weirdly occurred to me that there's actually no reason why I need to pair the specific dice together. I can just take any like tens die and any 1 die, and just give you some. Got some dice ASMR here. All right, 61. 9, 42, 94, and 89. Ah, slightly below average, but I believe we get the titty bonus. I demand every game have a titty bonus, even if it's like just +0. Oh, you get a +0 for having the titties. Thank you. Thank you for the titty bonus. Alright. 90. 87, 66, 89, that was 66, that wasn't 89, and 65. All right, now 24, 11, 49, 79, 12, and 65. That was a 12. How about not, like, messing any of these up? 90? That sucks. Well, the important thing is we have successfully rolled one attribute. And then, physique, oh, wait. Our sub-ability score. May affect your sub-ability score as modifier. Okay, so, like, yeah, I don't know how to... Okay, so our physique is 105.75, unadjusted for, you know, kobold stuff, lady stuff, titty bonus, nipple length bonus, okay, no, I don't think this, I guess there's no penalty for light areolas. Oh, there's a program. There was a program that was, it would be included on the CD-ROM. That was a character builder that would just, oh no, that would just, like, build your character for you. You may notice that we haven't made a single decision in this entire process. So there was a computer program that was packaged for the game that would just randomly generate a character for you. And then I believe if you wanted to, like, re-roll anything, it would add a random mental illness to the character. Yeah, so... Now we have charisma. Facial, vocal, kinetic, and rhetorical. You know, a lesser game would just have charisma. And our charisma was facial, vocal, kinetic, and rhetorical. I'm a little upset that I remembered that. Why is... Oh! I made a mistake there. I thought I misread one of the dice. I had actually put it in the wrong place. There we go. So it's 111. Keep in mind that for some reason, these values are all -1. Why? Why did it matter to -1? All right. $39, 56, 54, 4, 3. See, how wacky is it that like we rolled that our face was the most revolting feature, and now I'm rolling poorly for facial charisma. $14, 17. I swear these are the actual numbers I'm rolling. 9, 16, and 97. This character may or may not actually have a face. I assume this character's like actual face looks like wearing those glasses with a giant nose and the mustache on them. $48, 54, 9, 2. What the hell? 73. So the difference here is I was rolling with 2 hands before, and now I'm rolling with 1 hand. And for some reason, I'm rolling significantly lower. But the fact that I'm rolling 10 dice seems to indicate that there's no legitimate reason why that would be. It couldn't be like I'm holding it differently. $48, 22, 19, 66, and 44. It's weird how this character can be like so physically fit and yet so uncharismatic. Does that mean the character's a jock? If I remember the himbo chart correctly. $61, 91. Now I'm rolling fine. 86. I drew attention to it. See, that was the problem. Like, you can roll a d20 and roll, like, 16 ones in a row, but the second you tell someone, oh my god, look how many ones I can roll, that I'm rolling, like, it'll roll a 20. It's the odds of dice making you look like a fool. $86. Oh my god, I rolled 100! I mean, statistically, that's not that odd. $84. And 10. Okay, what's kinetic charisma? Because apparently I got so much of it. Body movements, gestures, stride. So, like, I don't know that I'm sure if I really wanted to, I could come up with a way for this character to make sense. Like, all right, horrible shrill voice, disgusting face, averagely attractive body, but like them hips don't lie. Like, that's all I can think of. Yeah. Way that's talking, wiggle. Ah, I can't remember the song. Ah! I dropped a die. I have retrieved the die. It is no longer dropped. That was dropped though. Alright. 91. 18. 67. 3. 72. Make me laugh real. Four. 61. 95. 74. 84. Alright. So our unadjusted charisma score is 98.95. How hilarious would it be if those main attribute, main ability scores, you know, the charisma, physique, dexterity, and intelligence, and wisdom. I guess there's 5 of them. I thought there were 4. How hilarious would it be if those were the only ones that were actually used in the game? Like, you literally had to generate 4 attributes and then average them to get the stat that you actually use. Alright. I'm sure it's not. That would be too self-aware. Alright, so now we have dexterity. And we got hand /EYE. Hand-eye coordination, agility. Reaction speed. And enunciation. I think I misspelled enunciation there. E-N-U-N. There's only one N. Which, remember, if you remember from several hours ago, I believe we get plus 15 to for being kobold. Times like this, I wish I had a dice tower. Especially one with like an auto reload feature, like a little conveyor belt that like brings the dice back up to the top for you. 87. 56. 92. 85. 20. Five. 91. 46. 34. That's not a 34. That's 34. And for the second time tonight, 69. Noise. Oh, I think we get a bonus. I think we get a sizable bonus to hand-eye. Oh God, I'm actually getting into it. Like, I think we get a bonus to hand-eye coordination because I remember that they were like javelins and spears, so like your hand-eye coordination would be useful there. Oh God, I'm absorbing pieces of Fatal into my brain. Okay, maybe I'll turn this into a video. Let's make us a character. And then when I do the full Fatal review, I can just say, Card, watch this video. 76. 99. Still only rolled 100. 32. 46. And 9. It's agility. $87. 3. 8. 92. 32. It occurs to me that I probably could have like put together a dice cam. I have a spare webcam somewhere. It's too late to do that now. But like, if people are enjoying this type of thing, I can stream other character creations because I have to do the character creations for the videos, so if this is a thing that people enjoy, I can do it more regularly. $13. 77. 87. 66. And 40. 42. 64. That's not a 64. That's a 64. 43. 45. And 77. I don't know. I should have taken note of what dice it was. I noticed that it's the $1 dice that are coming up 77. I don't remember if they were the ones that came up 77 last time or 66. I don't know if they are awkwardly weighted to roll 77s. No, it seemed fine. At this point in the video, I would just like to remind everyone that I am about to roll 20 dice in order to generate a number that determines how well the character is at enunciating words. $59, 85, 4, 35, 15. $95, 71, another 100, 32, and 85. All right, so our dexterity is 110. I mean, it's going to be... Actually, I think... So I think those, like, 15... Like, plus 15, minus 15 penalties are actually fairly significant. And dexterity, intelligence. We're going to take lots of penalties here, because women don't know math. And kobolds don't know language. I'm legitimately a little annoyed at how many things I'm remembering from this. Analytic. And spatial. Did we take a penalty to spatial intelligence? No. Okay, so like, here's the thing. Based on actual studies, like actual scientific studies that are like valid, men do have an inherently higher aptitude at spatial recognition. But then if you train yourself, the natural bonus like evens out. So like, but without any type of like training or study. That one has been shown to be true, but it's also not incredibly useful. And it was a legitimate thing. They could have given a penalty for female characters, and they didn't, because it's a legitimate thing and not. Oh, also the fact that, as I said, the actual study determined that if you like practice, you can get better. And a more normal man would have given up by now. Well, I don't give up. I covered 2 games from Palladium. I looked at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other strangeness I made a character for that game, and I said, you know what? That's not enough. I am going to continue. I am not only going to do a full review of After the Bomb. I'm going to do a video doing an entire overview of the complete Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and After the Bomb series, including quotes from Kevin Siembieda where he blames the animated series on the poor sales of the book. That's how I do things, because I am a professional. Although whenever someone brings up Rifts, I'm like, yeah, I'd rather do Fatal than Rifts. At least Fatal's funny. 85. $100. Why am I rolling so many 100s? I have actually been considering 42. Reviewing Dead Rain, you know, when spooky time comes around. Just because, like, you know, what is... Alright, everybody. Third one. Nice. Yeah, just because... I don't know, it seems like... it's like the newest. It is the newest game from Palladium. I want to say 2008. So reasonably, any issues that Palladium has, if they were ever going to get worked out, like Dead Rain would have the best like version of it. $68. So close. 39. $5D100 divided by 5. I'm sure this makes sense. I'm sure this makes sense in someone's mind. 979. Maps I'm getting to use all my D100s, and you know, you don't always get to use those very often unless you're playing COC or something. And if you're me, you're running Call of Cthulhu, and then you don't get to roll your dice that often. Even though you literally have a D10 with a smaller D10 inside of it, and a ring that rolls D10s, which I spilled vape juice on, and therefore it won't run until I clean it off. I just need to run it through some water. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so we've rolled over 100 D100s at this point. All right. Analytic. $84. $6. 42. 34. 20. 58, 22, 81, 44, 100. Gotta say, I haven't used this thing as a dice tray before. It's a really good dice tray. Seven, 3, 19, 26, 80, 89. All right, 43, 55, 9, 22. Well, I guess this character doesn't have very good spatial intelligence. Watch that be, like, super important. If only there was somewhere I could look and see. Spatial intelligence, being considered mechanical aptitude, architecture, armorsmithing, blacksmithing, bowyer, brass-smithing, carpentry, cartography, clock-making, constellations, coppersmithing, cosmetics, fletching, gem-cutting, glass-blowing, glove-making. Reiterate that one. Glove-making. Goldsmithing, locksmithing, musical instrument, painting, paper-making, sail-making, shipwrights. Yeah, hopefully this isn't important for anything. Just all of that stuff. Alright. And my back hurts from bending over, so I'm going to lay back for a bit and actually look at what's coming out of here. Okay, so we got wisdom. What do we got for wisdom? Drive, intuition, common sense, and reflection. How does common sense work? Is it like, oh, you see a pit full of spikes. Alright, I'm not going to jump into the pit. Oh, make a common sense roll. Roll your common sense to determine if your character has enough common sense to not jump into that pit full of spikes. It's like 4th edition, where, like, you're just operating whatchamahoosit, an algorithm. You're not actually doing anything yourself. Alright. Time for more rolling dice. I don't know what's after this. Probably something really stupid. I'm gonna go at least... this has been 4 hours. Yeah, I'll stream at least until the character has an occupation. 6. Because I know there's like hundreds of skills, and I'm not gonna be able to do those. $43 and $56. I think this is another one of those. This might be another one of those bad rolls. I know it's going pretty good. Okay, 16. 1. You gotta roll 1 sometimes, I guess. 48. 60. That's not 67. And 78. Alright, 96. Don't have much drive. Now, the real question is, if you roll too high on your common sense, do you just have to, like, stop playing the game? Yeah, that's, like, my overall analysis of Fatal is, if you want a game about sex, you don't want this bullshit with, you know, roll 53, you know, several hundred dice to make your character. And if you want, like, the super complex, unnecessarily, you know, done rules, then you're probably not going to want the spell failure table that has results like a giant winged penis appearing and humping everything in sight to everyone's pubic hair growing by several feet. Like, this game is for no one. No one who wants the more, like, edgy, extreme elements would want the ridiculously complex rules, and no one who wants the ridiculously complex rules would want the stupid, like, edgy crap from it. Honestly, though, I think it's a little unfortunate that, like, all the other reviews are just, like, 65. They focus so heavily on, like, the... Is that 9? On the rape and the cannibalism and the, you know... Admittedly, I did feel the need to constantly point out that there was a vaginal circumference adjustment value for infants. But, you know... I feel like those reviews, they focus so heavily on all of, like, this, like, salacious content in the game that they really just don't get a chance to even look at how stupid it is. I can't think of another character creation experience that has lasted me more than 4 hours. I'm 4 hours into this, and I'm not even... I've almost finished rolling up my attributes. Blood might have been close. If I don't cover Dead Rain, I will definitely be covering Blood in spooky time. Because I thought it would be fun. I've been really busy, so I haven't had time to do, like, a stupidly complex game lately. So I really want to do another 59. You know, another Albedo or Aliens adventure game, like, just completely unnecessarily complicated, crappy game. Unfortunately, I just can't think of any off the top of my head, you know? Where am I going to find a game like that? Yeah, Blood. It's quite interesting because it's I only have the second edition. It's from 2000 something. The original is from the 90s, and there's this like little preface talking about how the game was designed because all the other games were moving away from being stupidly complicated and being, you know, story and character driven instead of having an obnoxious amount of tables. And it's like, you seem really proud of the fact that your game is just like behind the design trends. Like, design trends are a thing for a reason. Because people realize that certain things are not good. And then they change. That's why there's no more color-coded tables. Except in indie games made by pretentious assholes who are like, oh my god, we need to go back to the good old days of color-coded results tables. 9. Go back to Phoenix Command, alien adventure game, where you had to make, I think it was at least 5 rolls on 3 different tables to make a single attack. 30, 34, 100. Okay, I have noticed that at least 2 of those hundreds have come from the $1 dice set. And the 4th, 69. Nice. 77. Okay, I think that's actually... Oh, okay. Alright. I think that's the attributes. Rolled, and what happens next? Okay, so I was just kind of I glossed over the actual individual sub attributes, sub abilities, whatever the hell they're called. Apparently, reflection. The earliest memory is determined by this sub ability, though it is unaffected by aging. An old character does not remember more of their childhood than when they were a young adult. Is there some place later that I'm going to have to roll to determine what my earliest memory is? Oh, and here's a chart. Also, I think I read somewhere that the designer identified himself as a statistician. That's why I'm confident that all the numbers serve a purpose, even if it's a really stupid purpose. Wait a minute, 5d5, I'm going to -1, so your score can be 0? Could have sworn he said somewhere what the range was. Of 1 through 199. Oh, it's 10. I was thinking 5. Okay. I was thinking 5 because I was rolling them in 5s. Alright, skill modifiers. Each ability and sub-ability has a skill modifier. Whenever a skill is used or must be checked, abilities may modify the roll of that skill. Individual skills may use skill modifiers to multiple abilities or sub-abilities. Information on how skills are used is found in Chapter 8. Skills. For example, a character attempts to attack another, intending to hack a cleaver into their head. The character must consult a skill for that particular weapon. If the character is skillful, then they will probably kill the foe. That wasn't an example. That wasn't an example of skill modifiers. That was not an example of skill modifiers. That was just you explaining how a game works. You know, no, I was just explaining how things work. Ability checks. This is a game where instances in the game may occur when ability checks needed. For example, a slovenly chambermaid. For instance, a slovenly chambermaid offers herself to a strapping young character if and only if he can expediently repeat a tongue twister of her choice. Driven by hormones, the young male agrees and asks, "What is the tongue twister?" The chambermaid challenges. Huge hung hero hunks hastily hump horny heaving hot whores. How about it, huh? To make an ability check, roll 3d10 and apply the skill modifier to the result. A 6 or less always represents failure or fumble. This number may... In the other regarding tongue twisting, secretly side THB 20, the player strapping young character's enunciation. Is that like the only thing they could actually think of to be like a use of the enunciation ability, so they had to put it in as an example, just like to justify the enunciation ability? I'm sorry, the fuck is this? Okay. This is just for modifiers. Okay. Alright, so I'm not going to deal with this nonsense right now. God. Bodily attractiveness modifier. Some ability score. Physical fitness. Dang, if you're more fit you are, you can be hot. You can be super hot. Wait. Okay, so physical fitness affects your bodily attractiveness. And your sprint speed, depending on your height. These are real tables. Like, this isn't a joke. Physique, strength, health. Okay, skill modifier. Life points. Intoxication / vomit. Allergies. There we go. Okay. So, 91 to 96. What was our health? Oh, our health is 116. Yeah, no allergies. And a 60% immunity to illness. And yes, I am still on this thing. I will be on this thing until I have defeated it. That's not true. I will be on this thing until I've gotten to the occupations, at least, because just going through these tables are just here. Whoa. Intelligence. Oh, I'm sorry. Retard strength is still in the game. I thought that was one of the things that they took out of the second edition. Okay. Intelligence. Oh, we're not too smart. Okay, we're slow. I think intelligence is 98 here. We're average. We're average. We don't. Just to reiterate, retard strength is a thing here. Any character who is retarded must roll a D100 to see if they have retard strength. Next, consider 3 times the difference between the character's retarded intelligence and lowest intelligence. They could have to be slow, considered a retard strength. Lowest slow score minus retard intelligence times 3 equals chance at retard strength. Then they increase the strength by ability by 2d10%. That is a thing that they definitely put in here. Aging affects character as young adult. Don't have to worry about that. Persistent exercise. Only the following sub-abilities may... Yeah, we don't need to worry about. Oh, okay. Disposition. Oh God, I'm sorry I said that I was gonna do this until I got the occupation done, because okay, this seems like it's... Actually, I read somewhere that apparently someone say that the morality chart they have here is better than D&D. Piety point modifier. Piety points. Before disposition, each player must determine their piety points of their character. Ethics. I'm telling you the two things. Ethics, regardless of how a character feels about their actions. Ethics are concerned with actions. For example, lawful behavior is ethical, while criminal behavior is unethical. Okay. I don't know, morality is how that character feels about it. Yeah, okay, God. See, it's really odd that I've decided to, like, I'm still doing this, but keep in mind, someone kept writing this at this point. Someone kept doing it. And of course, here are the footnotes explaining why their ethical and moral system comes from. Listen, I don't care anymore. Just... Piety points of their character. Characters vary in devotion to their god. The piety points are called PP. I'm sure that's a joke. I'm sure that's intended. I am like 100% positive that is intended. PP is important to priests. Priests need to keep track of their PP more than any other occupation, since priestly privileges may appear and disappear as a result of the PP of a priest. Note that I said I was positive that was an intentional joke before I read that part. Roll D100 to determine the piety points. Okay. Why is this... What is this chance? Divide current age by maximum age. Okay, your facial charisma affects your piety points. And now we're hearing about a near-death experience. Okay. Why did I need to determine piety points before I rolled my disposition when knowledge of the disposition is roll on that table? Okay. I remember we had a thing for this. Disposition, morality minus 50. So we're doing ethicality. Ethicality is 58. Which equals what? What does that equal? Neutral. If I roll all this shit and get, like, true neutral, I'm going to be very upset. Okay, and I got a minus 50 to morality, so, like, these kobolds, they are not very moral. Rolled a 12. Minus 50, I guess, equals 1. Immoral. So, character is immoral neutral. Don't need to re-up on this crap. Yeah, here's the full alignment system. You may have noticed that it's, stupid. And here are the dispositions by proportion in the various races. Let's see, elf, light, kobold. We're neutral immoral, so yeah, we're actually in the majority here for kobolds. Oh my god. The proportion of dispositions for humans is accurate to an unpublished study in which a sample size of 264 participants answered the disposition test, a computer program that may be downloaded at fatalgames.com. In 1999 and 2000, prior to the development of Fatal Games or Fatal, this program was placed on numerous websites for role-playing games. Participants were unsolicited and were asked upon running the program to email their responses to Brian Hall, the author of the questionnaire. Is Brian Hall the author of Fatal? Yeah. This footnote here is saying that the data is based on his own study. It's hilarious. Alright, none of that matters. Bureaucracy, anarchy. I want to get actual stuff. These are guidelines. These are guidelines. Magnificence. Okay. Keep in mind, we're still talking about disposition at this point. When are we gonna? I was like, when are we gonna determine our? I was right. Temperament. You have your blood, your yellow bile, your black bile, and your phlegm. You see, they're different because you know they have different heats and different drynesses and wetnesses, and I notice there's no references here to how incredibly accurate this is because it, it's something that was, a scientific thing that was kind of disproven in like ancient Rome. Oh, the chapter can provide a temperament of mental illness. Mental illness. Since ancient times, sentient creatures have classified themselves and others according to perceptions of mental health. A well-balanced ratio of the 4 secretions in the human body is believed to create a sanity and health. I don't see them saying that this is like an extremely, extremely outdated theory. Like, I don't know if we're supposed to like be interpreting this as presenting a historical theory as fact, or two other remain recessive. Every character has a unique combination of the 4 temperaments. Theorists believe that perfection is a state of temperament. Discerning temperament. Alternate. The test exists to determine temperament and may be downloaded freely at fatalgames.com. Just like the test to determine morality. You can get everything at fatalgames.com. Fatalgames.com, your source for whatever the hell this is. Alright, to determine temperament of a character, roll 1d100 for each of the 4 temperaments. Note the result in your character sheet. The higher the roll, the more that particular temperament is innate to the character. Ideally, a healthy and mentally balanced character has rolls of 50 or 51 in each temperament. Observe the dominant and secondary temperament. Ignore the other 2, and read the generalizations below. Okay, so, temperament. Alright, caloric, we need to add the melancholic. Alright, so we roll a D100 for each of these. Got a 37. 37 for our sanguine. A 2 for our caloric, which is good because we get plus 25 from our race. A 21 for melancholic, and a 55. So, let's put a space here, just... Thank you. Alright, so ideally, all of the temperaments should be 50 or 51, and ours are 14, 25, 21, and 80. Alright, so... nothing... I feel like this has to have some actual impact on gameplay. Mental illnesses. A player who re-rolls sub-abilities acquires a mental illness for their character per re-roll. You can voluntarily give yourself a mental illness by re-rolling one of your sub-abilities, which, considering that you have to roll 10d10 to do it. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? I was going to go through the mental illnesses, but I feel like they're all going to be paraphilias. Involving sexual attraction to lame or crippled. I'm seeing the word philia a lot. Coprophilia. That's a thing that is, I feel like anytime there's a list of mental illnesses in the game, it always just feels like, hey, how many weird sex things can we put in this game? Obscene words and a partner. I feel like I saw one of these that was like that you get I am. Oh, there we go. Pedophilia. Your character can randomly be a pedophile. Sociality of the chapter. I feel like there was some other like things. Raptophile. Oh, there we go. Raptophilia makes you a rapist. Due to this mental illness, the debauchery, yeah, you get debauchery score later. Whenever the character Raptophilia is near a character who is attractive to them, note, just near a character who is attractive to them, usually with a charisma of at least 130, and I'm guessing probably also female, they must pass a drive sub-ability check at TH17 or attempt to isolate and rape the attractive character. For rules on rape, see the section on overbearing in the wrestling skill and the intimidation skill. That is a thing. That is in this game. I think there's another one where you have to like... Good thing I didn't re-roll anything. I didn't re-roll a damn thing, so I didn't have to roll for your character's birthday. I'm sorry, what the fuck is this? 1d20, reroll result of 14 or higher, divided by 1d12 plus 1d20 minus 1, divided by 5,100 minus age. Alright, that I'm skipping. I'm absolutely skipping that. But birth status, birth status, we do need to roll. We're really close to rolling our occupation. Just, stay with me for another 6 hours. Yeah, I rolled all the body stats, rolled up the vaginal circumference, rolled several hundred D whatevers. 4 hours and 35 minutes I have been doing this. And I've almost getting to do a thing. Almost doing a thing. What thing? Birth status. I need to roll the birth status. 56. Legitimate. Okay. So, where the hell's my spread? Birth status, that's going to go on random ass stuff. Yeah, I'm going to put that down here. Birth status, legitimate. Okay, so our character is legitimate. What the hell next? Which does not modify our social class. Because we have to roll for our social class. Slave, peasant, serf, nobility, or royalty. Anakim receive a modifier of -20 to social class because they're the bad boys. Okay, why do they have a -20 to their social class instead of like just having their own table? Why don't they just have their own table? Because you gave everyone else their own table. Okay. Kobold. Now, now we're rolling for our character social class. Just like to, I want to zoom in on this table and special attention to the fact that this of much of the class leaves our social class as slave. Well, yeah, it's as I've said at least once, probably multiple times. It seems like the author's knowledge of female anatomy is very academic. Very academic. Been read on a lot of blogs. I bet, like, if this guy's still around, he's probably... This guy has almost certainly said, you know, there's no actual proof of the female orgasm. Like, that's the impression I get. And you have to have vaginal circumference, or how else are you going to know that if you... how else are you going to know if you rupture the wall between the vagina and anus when fisting someone, you know, by comparing the measurement of the length of your hand and the length and circumference of your fist to the circumference of the circumference of the vagina, and then there's an equation that you do. We all saw the equation earlier. All right, so time to possibly be a slave. Dice just rolled itself off the table. It did not want to be involved in this anymore. 12. Slave. Okay. I'm a little curious where this is going to go. That's not... Okay. Birthplace. Slave except ogre. Oh god, yeah. You can't be literate unless you're a royalty. Unless you're royalty. Name. Okay, birthplace, slave except ogre, peasant except ogre, serf nobility. Slave, ogre, and peasant. Okay, so we roll on the slave table. Roll a 10. We were born in a hamlet. Born in a hamlet. Siblings. Sibling modifiers. Anakim do not have siblings because they are too cool and edgy. 79. What do I do with this? Okay, Kobold plus 5, so 70, 84. Okay, 84, 1d6 brothers and 1d6 sisters. So we got 1d6 each of brothers and sisters. I don't think we need to roll that right now. Birth rank. I'm sorry. I guess we do need to determine the proper number of brothers and sisters in order to determine birth rank. Oh no! I gotta be thematic about this. See, this is how you don't go insane while you're doing crap like this. You gotta make it fun for yourself. You gotta roll 1d6 brothers and 1d6 sisters. Oh, it looks like I got a pink die and a blue die. Oh, wow. Got 6 sisters and 5 brothers. That's not the number. That's the number. Okay, okay, consult the result for siblings determined above. If a character is an only child and their birth rank is 1 of 1. Thank you. I would not have figured that out on my own. Add 1 to the sum number of siblings, so 12. Obtain a die with number of sides equal to or more than, you know what? D12s, I'm pretty sure, are a thing that exists. They do. I just found one. Go, dice roll. 10. All right. This character's birth order is 10 of 12. Adjunct of Unimatrix 0. What? Okay, put that away. That's a good dice. I mean, that's not the good dice. Those are the good dice. I've got the good dice, the bad dice. Alright, what the hell is next? Marital status. Marriage is the... Marriage? Note. Yeah, sure. A bunch of... information on marriage has been referenced from Life in a Medieval Castle, Life in a Medieval City, Life in a Medieval Village, Medieval Prostitution, and Reign of the Phallus. Not all races value marriage. Kobolds, ogres, and trolls do not recognize matrimony. For those who do, most characters marry during puberty. Following odds apply a new character as well. Characters in general, 1d100, and consult the following table to determine a character's marital status. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's a problem. First of all, I don't need to know that, like, by law, a human bride must be 12 and human groom must be 14. I didn't need to know that. I didn't need to know that at any point, but they told it to me. But I don't have to roll this, because, A, they said kobolds do not recognize matrimony, and B, we already rolled up the hymen strength. That also valued me. What if the door, the drow is fun. Oh God, this will never end. Adultery is a crime against marriage. Adultery is defined in detail later in the chapter under justice. Of course it is. Oh, language. Okay. As language develops, further language is archaic. Oh, angelic. That's a language that is... There was 3 alphabets. The current alphabet has 22 letters, and it's such a... God, you know, your OC do not steal. I do not care about. I don't think there's any information here that's relevant. Why don't they have an example of every single alphabet from every single language? All right. We're here. We're here at the sexuality roll. I don't. I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion that the character is going to be straight. Just a theory. Just a theory. Given the fact that, you know, if you roll a 5 or higher normally, and you get a +5 bonus for being a kobold, we do not get a titty bonus or a titty penalty. Dice just decided to keep jumping off the desk. Alright, rolled a 60. Oh my god! You guys, y'all, folks. Don't know if you probably can't. Yeah, it'd be hard to see. Also, my thing is mirrored. I rolled a 69 on the sexuality table. See? Y'all ask. See, you're all like, oh, how can you be doing this for 4 hours? How, like, you know, because it's things like that. You know, looking forward to moments when you roll 69 on the sexuality table. Which I didn't actually have to roll because, you know, literally impossible for a troll, ogre, kobold, dwarf, or bugbear to be anything other than bisexual if they got 5, or heterosexual if they got whatever. What am I doing? Penalty, small titty penalty. Like if you're a troll and you have a small titty penalty, you could still hypothetically be gay. But yeah, another thing. Under 2%, asexual. First of all, under 2%, you mean 1%. I guess you could go into negatives. But like, this game from 2004, which is like backwards in every single aspect of humanity, acknowledges asexuality as a sexual orientation. A thing that people are like just barely starting to be able to do right now. And they won't let Jughead be asexual on Riverdale, even though he is in the comics. And I don't appreciate that, because Jughead likes hamburgers. That's his thing. Debauchery. Okay. Debauchery is the willingness of a character to indulge sexual desire. Some characters refuse all sex. Well, so I'm just like, is this like a thing where like if a prostitute walks up to you, you have to like roll against your debauchery to determine if you're going to... Also, offspring number is roll a D10,000. I mean, no, 10 million. Okay, this is always interesting. The debauchery chart, of course, is different for male and female. All right, so oh, if you're asexual, you take minus 130 to your debauchery roll. I mean, you know, maybe you don't know the same asexuals that I do, buddy. Okay, roll D100, consider a gender in the character, turn debauchery. Kobolds are plus 10. I'm gonna be very disappointed if this is like 1. It was 7. But we got a plus 10, so we got a 17 This character will give oral sex and swallow, but not receive fingering, which, just, for comparison's sake, receive oral sex is on the bottom of the male debauchery table, but receive oral sex is like past 50% on the female debauchery table, because those ladies it's gotta be a pretty kinky lady who receives oral sex, some kind of weird fetish that no one's ever heard of. Receive oral sex is between receive mammary sex and entertain multiple partners. That is where the designer sees receiving oral sex as a woman to be, and giving oral sex as a man. Like, I realize we just had a whole thing about this with Batman and Catwoman, but like, this guy, the writer of this game, considers performing oral sex on a woman to be, I mean, it is just, I'm just going ahead and assuming that he's only assuming that they're male. What did I roll? I rolled a 17. Well, you know what? That explains why our character's vaginal circumference and depth were so low, because she only has a 17 debauchery. Alright, very, very undebauched. Immoral. No, none of these things, like, go together. Each character is generally willing to do whatever the result in act below, but refuses to do what is above it. There might be mechanics. I mean, you have to. No, there isn't any value to the game. Yeah, I have this interesting theory that, like, it never outright says that female characters are, like, inferior to male characters. But I think, like, they're intentionally written to be, like, worse in every single way. So that, like, he doesn't have to tell you that's the case. You're just supposed to realize it on your own with all the facts he provides. Because, like, this is absurd that, like, refuses. So, like, a female character with a debauchery score of 60 will give hand jobs and oral sex and swallow, receive fingering, receive marriage sex, but will refuse to receive oral sex. And I guess we know. I guess that means we know what level of debauchery Batman has. It's 25 or lower, because we know that Batman does not do that. Actually, no, it just said heroes, so all heroes. Just DC heroes, though. Marvel heroes do. Especially Thor. Okay, so, like, proportions of multiple births are referenced from Microsoft Encarta Encyclopedia. So, yeah, offspring becoming characters, like, I guess if you have, because, God, this is stupid. Weren't like, okay, so here's the thing, don't have to worry about any, offspring, because our character does not receive vaginal sex. Therefore, the character cannot have any offspring due to the no vaginal sex. Which means I don't have to worry about that. Or this code of chivalry. Why the hell is there a code of chivalry? What does that have to do with anything? Why is that here? For more information on occupation being a knight, why is it here in society? Courtly love. Why are there rules on courtly love? Why is there demographics on occupation and race? What does any of this have to do with anything? Okay, governments. I don't care. Confederacy. No one cares about any of this. Oh, wait, is this the... Okay. Society. Bugbears, dwarves, elves, kobolds. I mean, we all know what kobold society is. It's like slaves, slaves, and more slaves. My character's a slave. Public baths, restaurants. Just like to remind everyone at this point that we're discussing public baths and restaurants before actually getting to and the severity of crimes. Well, you know, they don't have time for everything. You know, customs. You know, severity of crimes. By race. Is this the interesting section? Yes, this is the interesting section. So, adultery, kobolds, slaves are fined 1d12 silver pence, peasants 1d10, serfs 1d8. Well, that sucks. I mean, where is the elves dark? Yeah. Okay, so, adultery. Elves, dark, younger criminals are forbidden sexual relations for 1d10 years, while older criminals are beaten to death by their immediate family. Arson, dark elves. Younger criminals are forbidden sexual relations for 1d10 years, while older criminals are beaten to death by their immediate family. Assault, dark elves. Younger criminals are forbidden sexual relations for 1d10 years, while older criminals are beaten to death by their immediate family. Assault in a palace, church, or court. Dark elves. Younger criminals are forbidden sexual relations for 1d10 years, while older criminals are beaten to death by their family. Assault in the victim's home. Let's see. Dark elves. Younger criminals. Blasphemy. Dark elves. Younger criminals are forbidden sexual... okay. Breaking and entering. Dark elves. Younger criminals. Burglary. Dark elves. Covetous eyes. Elves. Dark elves aren't on there. Oh, counterfeiting. Younger criminals are forbidden sexual relations. They literally, every single crime, like, they didn't do this for all the races. Like, they literally, like, it's become very, it's, like, very clear that, like, we didn't care to write about this. Like, the other ones aren't as bad. Bugbear, criminals that pay 1 silver per LP, criminals worth less than 100 must repay was extorted by 5 times. But literally every single entry for Dark Elf is exactly the same. Including lycanthropy. Oh, no. They have their own thing for lycanthropy. All lycanthropes are beaten to death. No, murder. Oh, let's see, murder. Elf, dark. Younger criminals are beaten to death by family of the victim, while older criminals are beaten to death by immediate family. See? Okay, they got one more. I forgot. Oh, God, it's so bad. I don't even know where I was, what I'm... Are we still talking about crimes? No! Whoring. We're at whoring now. And, recipes. Here's recipes. You want a nice gingerbread recipe? Here you go. Here's a nice gingerbread recipe. Why? Why is that here? Why is rapes in pottage here? For those of you who know, rape is a type of flower. Which literally was only used here because they thought it was funny that it's a homonym for rape. Alright, occupation. If a character is a slave, then avoid the following tables and proceed directly to the occupation. If the character is free and... Really? Okay. Peasant occupation, so... Serf occupation. So, like, is slave just an occupation? Bandit, barber, bladesmith. Okay, so yeah, this is basically the ultimate in, like I said, the hypothetical nature of this game. I'm looking for a specific dairymaid. Dairymaid is an occupation. Specializes in milking cows and selling milk to characters. Daily wages are typically 4 silver pence. Ability requirements: hand-eye coordination 90 and intelligence 75. Gender: female only. Race: human only. Disposition: any. Temperament: any. So a lot of the things are extremely restrictive in terms of like all this shit. So skills: milking +5, haggling +3, equipment bucket, magic points inapplicable, advancement points. For each cow milked, a dairymaid acquires 1 advancement point. For each gallon of milk sold to a character, a dairymaid acquires 1 advancement point. Training none, guild none. If you randomly roll dairymaid, that is what your character does. You're not a soldier, so you don't get experience points for fighting. You just get experience points for milking cows and selling milk. So this is the point at which, like, in your character creation, you roll dairymaid, you go, okay, so my character doesn't do anything but milk cows. And then the DM says, yes, because this is the most realistic game ever. And then you leave and never talk to that person again. This is the end. This is the end of a game of Fatal. This is literally the end game for Fatal. Getting to, character creation. I'm getting to, occupation selection. I'm a little confused, though, about the slave. Okay, so we don't have to roll for profession because our character is a slave. So just slave. Oh, but we get to determine. No. The game started. The game starts by making characters, and then this is the end when you realize, okay, so how do I get advancement point? See correspond. Okay. So as a slave, you get your own special slave table. One obviously broken up by male and female because a male slave couldn't possibly be a laundress or a wench or a whore or a dairymaid or a cupbearer. Oh no, cupbearer's on both of them. I'm going to laugh so hysterically if I roll this and get dairymaid because I was just making such a big deal about the fact that dairymaid is a... Also, I don't think the character would be a very good whore considering the debauchery is so low that she's unwilling to do anything above. 32... Dancer. Gladiator or dancer for female. Okay, so came close to dairymaid. like just missed Dairymaid. $32. Dancer. Private dancer. Dancer for money. Okay, any old money will do. Okay, so... Re-roll at the Game Master's discretion if the results are nonsensical. As previously mentioned, like, you know, if you got whore, but like, you know, asexual with super high debauchery, I guess. Oh wait. To determine the occupation of the master. To determine the occupation of the master, determine the master's social class, and roll on the appropriate table in the beginning of this chapter. No. No, I'm not. I would bet literal money that if your character is a slave, they want you to like roll up your master. Okay, so dancer. I guess we go to dancer. Admittedly, I would have quit when I rolled up slave, because like you literally have 0% chance of being a druid or a soldier. Dice maker. You can be a dice maker. Why not? Dancer. All right. So daily wages of 5 silver pence. Physical fitness requires physical fitness 19, bodily attractiveness 100. Do we need facial attractiveness? Kinetic charisma. Okay. We do not need facial attractiveness to be a dancer. Yeah, any but ogre, but I don't know what this thing is. I think it's a subclass of ogre or something. And hill troll. It's like disposition, slave or serf, religion any, dance +5. For each new dance move mastered, a dancer acquires 10 advancement points. And that's it. Like, that's what your character does. You're just a dancer. You dance. It's so realistic. It's so realistic that your characters don't do fun, exciting things. Oh, and also there's a delouser, which I noticed. Daily wages are 5 silver in human culture or 10 in bugbears. Now, the hand-eye coordination 90 and intelligence 75. Okay, so that's not too bad. Female only, race bugbear and human. Delousing advancement point. For each customer who is successfully deloused, the delouser acquires 5 advancement points. Now, in Human Society, you get 1 silver point, so it's saying that you get 5 silver point. That means that you're doing like you're delousing 5 customers per day, and you're getting 5 points per day. So you're getting 25 advancement points per day. Remember, the Dairymaid only got like 1 point per gallon of milk per cow milked and gallon of milk sold. So Delouser is one of the most powerful classes in the game because they can like advance super quick via their delousing abilities. Yeah, where's comparison? A dice maker, 1 AP per die. I think this is where I'm going to end this thing, but first I want to look at a specific, very specific occupation. Can anyone guess which specific occupation I am wanting to look at before we go? It's not militiaman. So many occupations. These are And there's just like sorcerer. Sorcerer just thrown in the middle here between stabler, and swineherd, and tailor, and tanner. Wench, wine, wait. There we go, whore. So, whore, interestingly enough, is like 2 pages. And gets acting, drama +3, contortion +3, cosmetics +3, haggling +3, massage +3, seduction +5, and sexual aptness +5. I forgot sexual aptness was a skill here, and that as a female character, you need to roll for a base orgasm chance when, determining your character's sexual aptness. Yeah. But for each successful assisted ejaculation or orgasm, a whore acquires a number of advancement points equal to the adjusted number of her sexual adaptness skill check. Like, first of all, since it's so incredibly random, I guess, like, one character's a whore, another's a dairymaid, and another's a druid, and, like, so then are, like, 3 players supposed to be sitting there at the table, and the druid's like, yeah, I'm gonna go commune with the nature and go on a quest, and then the dairymaid is just like, and I'm gonna milk a cow, and then it doesn't seem like the game. Nothing seems practical about this game. It all seems so incredibly theoretical. Skills. Got so many stupid things. Kobolds. Yeah. Alright. What are we at now? 5 hours and 13 minutes. Alright, I am going to stop this nonsense. I'm going to not be doing this anymore. Because I need to bring this. There we go. I need to bring the PDF back up to light me. So thank you for joining me here on this stream, as some people have, for some reason. It was an odd decision that some people did. But thanks for showing up. And we'll see you. No, I'm not going to do another one of these. I was thinking maybe I'll do another one of these I might do another one of these to finish up the skills and stuff, but probably not, because honestly, I don't even really want to do that. It just kind of seems like a waste of time. These are the skills, by the way. There we go. That is all of the skills. Yeah. So, I will see you all. I mean, I don't ever see you, but, like, I did that again. You will see me next time, or, like, whenever you put on one of my videos. Well, maybe I'll make a Rift character next. So, yes, now I end the stream. As soon as I figure out how to do that, I think I just push this button that says end stream. Yes.